Hello, 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 and welcome everyone to a stream format that has become a staple for me, Shuffle Saturday. If you haven't witnessed this before, I have my game collection loaded into a little website called the Backloggery that includes this neat little feature where it'll randomly suggest a game out of my collection for me to play. Using that feature, I will play a random game from most of the games I have and have the technical setups to stream, currently around 1,600 different games. I'll then play that game for the next 30 minutes, unless I decide to throw it out with veto, or someone in chat hits me with an exclamation mark of veto, in which case I will mark off one of those vetoes towards the bottom of the screen, and I'll pull a different one. As you can see, I only have 2 vetoes for the entire night, whereas you all have twice as many. That being said, I will automatically veto any game I can't stream, either due to technical issues specific to the game. I am weeding these out bit by bit as time goes on, but sometimes some games just do not get along well with OBS, and there's not a whole lot I can do about that. Or because the game rolled would get me banned. An example of the game rolled is Honey Pop or something, because I do have such games on my Steam. And I will own up to it, should they appear. You can also use the veto command mid-game to stop it immediately, if just like, I have some truly cursed games in my collection, and sometimes, you know, people aren't here for that. I understand. You can just kill it immediately if that comes up. Or, if you like what you're seeing, I do give a little bit of a warning when we're getting close to time. You can hit me with an encore, and we'll keep going for another 15 minutes. That will burn a veto, though. There are also some channel point rewards with your garlic coin you can spend to affect things as well, including the ability to outright choose the next game. I also have to give a continuing shout out and thank you to my friend Repukin. Thanks to his generosity and the magic of Steam Share, I've added around 200 additional games that can come up on here. So, you know, we're diluting the Barbie and Mary-Kate and Ashley games out a little bit with some more stuff on Steam. Most of his games I've never played before, I've never even heard of before, so it just adds a little more chaos to the mix. Now then, let's get to the... Not quite to the roll yet, because there's still about a minute where you can bet on what system's going to come up first. So let me kind of stall until then. One of these times I will get this correct. So I know I said that maybe I was going to be able to do some Fuga 2 streams over the past couple of days. That didn't quite work out. My D&D group has been a little shaky lately, but we did manage to get together on Thursday, so I couldn't really do it then. And then one of my retired parents randomly came to town for the weekend. I let him know that, like, hey, I do have this, like, thing for my streaming that I do on Saturdays that kind of can't move, but, you know, for, like, a thing I hadn't quite nailed down on Friday, I was like, okay, I can't really for that. I would feel a little too bad. So, you know, weirdly, it's not my mom, but it's my dad. And so I'm going out with a Mother's Day brunch tomorrow with my dad. My mom is, like, in another part of the country. Hey, Nate, how goes? How goes? Welcome you, welcome everyone. Okay, that prediction is closed, so first up is gonna be... The Night Fisherman. PC download. Where do I own this game? As I try and figure that out, let me... Congratulations to Nate, who bet on that PC Steam. Is this one I own on GOG, or... Pardon me as I go and hunt for this a little bit. The Night Fisherman. Might also be one that I own on... Okay, that could be in that bundle on Itch.io. And of course it's logged me out. Do I remember my login? Maybe, maybe not. We'll have a little bit of an adventure. The Night Fisherman. Ah, here we go. Okay, yes, it is... Okay, visual novel, I guess. I know nothing about this game, so I will get it downloaded, installed real quick, and then I'll get it fired up. Okay, that was fast. Is it just good to go out the box then? Okay, seems to be good to go out the box. All right. I'll get that fired up in just a minute. Night Fisherman. Adventure game, indie game, visual novel, and mystery, apparently. Neat. Bear with me. I'm gonna flip over to the screen that usually works to capture PC games, but this is indie. It's itch.io, so it's super small time. This might take me a couple tries to like capture. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, hey, and there we go, right up there. 30 minutes on the clock. Let's play some of The Night Fisherman. Welcome, anti-hero. The Night Fisherman. You are a night fisherman. You spot a boat approaching in the distance. After stowing your flashlight, you reach over the side of the boat and collect a palmful of water. You throw it over your face, washing the night's stresses away. You pick up your rod and open your bait pouch. You always gotta go for worms, right? That's a classic one. You wince as you pierce its squirming body, behold it regretfully for a moment, and cast the line. You have a gun. The man in the other boat has a thin strap across his body. On his back, you can see the protruding stock of a shotgun. Hello, sir. I'm Churchill with the EPG. Hello. I'm checking in with all vessels in the area. I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind lending me a lighter. Mine must have gone overboard. Ah, I've been drinking. You can see in my boat. Aye, of course. Oh, I can see from his point of view as well. Oh, this is a nice view. You toss the lighter to the other boat. Thank you, sir. You're Mr. Gardner, are you not? That'll be me. The other man lights his cigarette, then pockets your lighter. Hey, I need that back. You steal a glance around your boat. And you know who I am, what I do? I do. And please tell me, what is it that I do? You find immigrant. Oh, you find immigrants or stay silent? I did stow my flashlight, so maybe I don't want to be found. Still, if I'm, like, forthright about it, I have no idea what my situation is, but, like, I'm gonna say you find immigrants? You consider for a moment as Churchill's eyes fix on you. You're part of the English Protection Group. You stop smugglers from bringing immigrants into England. Bingo! That's the job Mr. F has given us, indeed. It's my duty to sail about, checking every boat out here, checking the caves. Our leader doesn't want any immigrants slipping through the net. It's good speaking to you, Mr. Churchill, but how am I able to help? Ah, I'm sure you can't. I'm told you're an upstanding man, Mr. Gardner. But perhaps you can help me another way. You must hear gossip, perhaps, from Mrs. Gardner. Have you heard anything about the smugglers? Ah. You reach down, grab a tin of cheap Shandy Bass beer. I heard... Ooh. I like how I'm throwing into this without any... Oh, also you guys can't see my other choice. Hang on. I'll resize this very briefly. It's going to cause awkward black bars, but it should... You can, like, see what I'm considering. There we go. They moved further north, where you spooked them, they stopped. I have no context for these choices, and I kind of love that. I heard that they moved further north. Just a rumor, mind you, but they moved north. Apparently there's better caves near the next estuary anyway. So they let their French counterparts know to make a slightly longer journey. Ah, shame. Perhaps they outfoxed us this time. The man sighs into... Oh! The man sighs into his cigarette as you drink your watery lager. Well, in that case, there's nothing more for me to do here. My work is done. Sorry to have troubled you. Not at all, sir. A welcome distraction. Churchill drops his shoulders. He's at ease now. His threatening presence is dissipating. Okay, so he trusts me. Okay, time to snow. Time to snow. Time to snow him. Churchill turns his hand to his boat, readying himself to leave. Is he about to Columbo me? Oh, just one more thing, Mr. Gardner. Caught anything tonight? Not much luck tonight, no. No, me. You know what they call me in the lefty papers? He hovers for your answer. Oh, I don't pay attention to that nonsense, sir. I don't pay attention to things like that. No, of course, but you've heard it, surely. You know the name. Aye. Then please, what is it? The dark masks the sweat on your brow. Okay, I don't have a choice. The Kid Fisher. You're apprehensive, unsure how he'll react. They call you the Kid Fisher. Yes, a name I've well earned. He's focused on you again now, no longer leaving. They call me this because I'm the best at fishing immigrants out of this channel before they reach shore. And because they say I cast them back out to water. It's not a perfect metaphor. Here's a better one. The animal that best embodies the character of an Englishman is naturally the lion. They're proud, stubborn, often uninterested in menial labor, but so powerful that others will do it for us. So most of the EPG will hunt in places which could hide a lion. They check sturdy shipping containers and yachts. But illegal immigrants are pigeons, not lions. I see that child's head clipping through your boat, Mr. Fisherman. Are you hiding something from me? They swarm in great number, attracted to urban places, roost anywhere they can. And most importantly, we don't like them. Now, pigeons are really no different than the beloved jay. But we malign the pigeon, consider them dirty, vermin. It's difficult to be a pigeon. Mr. Gardner, I'm the best at catching them because I know what tremendous feats human beings are capable of once they abandon dignity. You listen in silence. Anyway, I assume you won't mind if I enjoy a tipple. Go ahead. What is a tipple? Is this British slang I'm too full of freedom to understand? The other man pulls out an elegant bottle of his jacket pocket. The blue glass is artfully blown to appear as if thorny rose stems are wrapped around it. The bottle is capped with a cast metal stopper in the shape of a rose. He removes it and drinks from the bottle. Sapphire Rose, there's no better scotch. Shh. I am going to have to inspect your boat. But when people cooperate with me, they are not punished. In fact, they are given safe passage home to their loved ones, and no charges are brought. Do you understand? Aye. The Kid Fisher's face becomes deadly serious. You're transporting an illegal immigrant, aren't you? You consider for a second, and that very consideration gives you away. There's nothing for it now. Aye. They're hiding underneath that tarpaulin behind you, aren't they? Tears mix with the sear spray and sweat, dripping into the boat. Aye. I will now throw you a line. Move far away from the tarpaulin and get ready to swim. The rope attached to the larger vessel lands at the fore of the boat, away from the tarp. I mean, we're screwed at this point. He has a gun. I don't know how far the shore is. And he's on to us. So, maybe in this situation, maybe we give the boy up and, our fishermen can go on and, provide aid to whatever underground or underwater railroad, sort of thing he's doing, by, throwing the EPG off, talking to people who aren't actually suspicious, because they're definitely going to surveil Mr. Gardner after this. So I'm going to go utilitarian here in my ethics, and I'm going to abandon the boy. Follow his instructions. You shuffle to the front of the boat and take the safety line, hands quivering. You keep your eyes up, away from the boy under the tarpaulin. Churchill takes another sip of Sapphire Rose, stoppers it, and places it back inside his coat. Excellent. Mrs. Gardner will be very pleased to have you home safe and sound. Rule Britannia. Your boat flips, the hull shot through. For a few seconds, all is black. The rope begins to pull you through the bitter waves. Churchill heaves you aboard his boat, then handcuffs you slumped against the guardrail. For a few seconds, he watches the water, weapon at the ready. The boy resurfaces, gasping at the sea air. Churchill lines up his final shot, then relaxes the gun with an ecstatic grin. Laughing, he turns to his vessel and readies it to sail on. I hope we meet again. Goodbye, little one. Watching the boat leave, the boy begins weakly to swim. Would you like to save your decisions from the Night Fisherman? This will affect the story and other games in the Sacrifices series. Replace any previous save file. Sure. Okay. Damn, I wonder if it was... Normally it'd be like, okay, great, game beaten. But that was so short. I think I'm going to give it another run and see if I can get him to leave. First part of a 12-part series. Yeah, obviously there's a little more to it. To play more like this, search for far few giants. Neat. Oh, and that just closes the game out. Okay, well, let me give it another run. Or is it just going to be like, you abandoned the boy to die? Try not being a terrible person next time, Fimbert. Okay, nice. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can, like... I'll be like, yeah, you're called the Kid Fisher, whatever, whatever. Oh my god! You can see behind him the feet... I didn't even notice that at first. Wow, okay. So, I'm just gonna see if I can, like, get things to change. I'm just gonna pick different choices, see what happens. Toss boiled bait in the water. You let the maggots be. Instead, you toss a handful of smelly, boiled bait into the sea and cast your line. If there's new dialogue, new narration, I will read that. But, like, we've been going, what, 12 minutes? Yeah, I think I can give this game a little more time. See a little more what's going on. Yeah, in this shot, it's really obvious there's a kid in there. Checking in with all vessels. Hey, you need a lighter? Yeah, okay. What is it I do? Why, you find immigrants. Heard anything about the smugglers? You spooked them. They stopped. Just a rumor, mind you, but they stopped operating. Apparently they got scared of the EPG, spooked into hiding. So they let their French counterparts know not to use this area anymore. Ah, shame. So the cowards ran back to their mother's skirts. No fun. Man sighs into his cigarette as you drink your watery lager. Well, in that case, there's nothing more for me to do here. My work is done. Sorry to have troubled you. Not at all, sir. Welcome distraction. He's at ease now. Readies himself to leave. Caught anything? Not much luck. Yeah, it's got a strong sense of style, and you can definitely feel the tension, and it really lets, like... I love the understated sound design. Like, I probably honestly have it, like, set too quiet in OBS. But there's just a little bit of unease and, like, the breaths you can hear. Maybe from the fisherman, maybe from the boy. For a free little project, it's pretty cool. Oh, yes, you're called the Kid Fisher. You're apprehensive, unsure how he'll react. They call you the Kid Fisher. Yes, a name I've well earned. He's focused on you again now, no longer leaving. Best at fishing immigrants, cast them back out to water. Ah, yes, lion, and I hate immigrants. I'm Mr. Churchill. tipple. He drinks a scotch. Going to have to inspect your boat. Transporting an immigrant. And I own up to it, hiding behind the tarp. Go to the boy. You kneel by the tarp, take the boy's hand in your own. His confused eyes cut at you. I'm sorry, lad. Churchill takes another sip of Sapphire Rose, stoppers it, and places it back inside his coat. Such a shame, Mr. Gardner. You could have taken the rope and been dropped safely home. I'll send my regards to your wife. Rule Britannia. The fisherman's boat flips, the hull partly shattered. For a few seconds, Churchill watches the water, weapon at the ready. The boy resurfaces, gasping air misted with the fisherman's blood. Churchill lines up his final shot, then relaxes the gun with an ecstatic grin. Laughing, he turns to his vessel and readies it to sail on. I hope we meet again. Goodbye, little one. Watching the boat leave, the boy begins weakly to swim. Okay, there was one choice that I had stay the same, but... Huh. Alrighty then. Click here to give feedback. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, I assume the boy is the main character. Also, it sets up a good, like, villain arc with this Mr. Churchill, because he's like, I hope we meet again, lad, and then you'll probably, like, wash up on shore somewhere, and then, you know, the difference would probably be in the next games in the series, like, could you find the fisherman again? And then, like, or did he die? And so I could imagine it being like, if he died, you might come across his wife who was, like, trying to move on with her life after her husband just never came back one day. Like, did she know what he was doing? Did she support it? Did they disagree about it? Or you might run into the fisherman who probably wouldn't help the protagonist out that much, because he'd be like, oh, they're watching me now. They know I smuggled an immigrant. They, like, let me off, but they're watching me. You have to go, boy. You have to go. I could see it going in directions like that, but either way, interesting little game. And just making a note for myself to mark it as beaten on the backloggery. And I guess we gotta roll another game then. Ooh, that would be big if you got the choice to forgive the fisherman or not. I don't know, there's a lot of ways you could take where this story leaves off. I mean, it could absolutely get messed up too, but it's a promising beginning. I'm a little hesitant to put my faith too strongly in anything that, like, leaves itself on kind of an open note. Because I've been burned a few times as far as, like, episodic video games and also just, like, fiction that's written serially. Because sometimes it can kind of get into a spiral of, like, taking too much feedback. Anyway. Shuffle Saturday continues. If you came in during that, I'm going to roll a new game to play now, and we're going to play that for the next half an hour. Unless, of course, I finish it early because it's another super short game like The Night Fisherman. So, next up is going to be Payday the Heist on Steam. This is almost certainly a Rapu game. Payday. That's a little bit large, but it's probably fine. Ooh, maybe not at that downloads. Oh no, okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna. Oh, okay. Never mind. Nate says no. Probably would have just been 5 minutes or so. To be clear, just it started out kind of highballing me, but all right, we can get another one. Instead of some Payday, we can play... No, I'm gonna veto Strange Brigade. That's a multiplayer-focused shooter, so I wouldn't want to play that one alone. Oh, Payday's the same way? Well, well, well. It seems the fortune cookie is kind of out to it has it in for me because I there are very few multiplayer focused shooters that it could roll, and it's now rolled 2 in a row. Let's see if we can make it 3. Instead of those 2 games, we'll play Dual Blades for the GBA. Very well. I'll start getting that queued up. That's GBA, so that should work. Well, I mean, the Night Fisherman worked pretty readily enough, but I know Game Boy is generally quite safe as far as getting it to function on OBS, so I'll have that rolling in just a bit. Dual Blades. I don't think this is one I've played before. Let's flip over to this screen. That's a little small. Let's fix that. There we go. Okay, 30 minutes on the clock. Let's play some Dual Blades. Also, you know, may as well get sound. Arcade mode, versus mode, battle mode, training options. Always check the options. I'm going to set difficulty to easy, because I am a coward man. Game feels a little loud for me. Let me know if I need to adjust things. But let me just try good old arcade mode. Who have we got? We got Duke, Rungard, Jaman, Nagaspa, Shin, Kane. Yeah, it's a fighting game, apparently. Effie. Look at Brandon. Look at his swagger. He's not content to be contained on the select screen. He got that little point. I don't know what these mean. I'll go with Super Headbutt and Death Rain. Brandon versus Jaman. Ready? Oh man, look at the gore. Good old janky fighting games. What am I? Oh god! Fight speed. Is that how fast the animation is? Maybe. Oh wait, there is a command list. KSLK? I don't know what that means. So yeah, if I die and try again, I might want to turn up that fight speed, because this is a little bad. This is a little bad. Oh, I thought I was gonna air combo in there. Did I just taunt? I think I just taunted. Victory. Brandon. Didn't even say Brandon wins, it just said Brandon. Oh wait, did I just do like a sword duke in there? I'm just mashing buttons, because I am not good at fighting games. Hence why I set it down to baby mode. I have no shame. Okay, A is like my fast attack, B is my big boy swing. But I also have like a shorter reach on that one. Interesting. Get him while he's down. Death! Oh. That does not look as good as you think it does, game. Brandon. I love how it doesn't say Brandon wins, it just said, oh. What is that pose? You're kidding me. This is a real game? I'm clipping that just so I can show people. Like, where's the thing on? What is that? Oh, okay. What an ugly beast you are. Okay, who's next? Alright, Brandon. You poorly drawn middle school cool guy art project. Let's do this. Like, the proportions, like, oh my god. I'm a terrible artist, but, like, damn, I could probably do better. What is this? You know, it's like, sometimes these games that come up on Shuffle, I'm like... if I saw that, if I was playing this on my own time, I'd be like, alright, and I'm good. But now, because, you know, you all are here with me, we can see how deep the rabbit hole goes. We can get more janky poses from Brandon. Oh. Alright, she just yeeted me. Victory. Brandon. I like how it just says Brandon. Doesn't say Brandon wins. Just says victory, an awkward pause, and then Brandon. You know, he's here to tell you no more malarkey. Brandon. I feel like I think I went to school with a Brandon once. Very, like, I admired the guy. It was all about, like, being sneaky and cunning. Always had a scheme going on. Yeah, Shuffles. We've gone from very serious visual novel game about, helping illegal immigrants and getting caught doing it, to... Brandon! Brandon! But welcome. Hey, baby, fancy a date up to the tournament? Brandon, you just killed her. That's not how you court women. That's not good game, dude. I know. I don't know what this shape is, and I can't look away. But I'll tell you what this shape is. It's Brandon. Brandon versus Effie. Honestly, Nightmare Fuel. To me, it's just hilarious, but I don't know. That probably speaks to something deeply broken within my soul. I've been doing Shuffle Saturday too long. Nothing can faze me on a deep level. But anyway, aside from that, Nightmare Fuel, I hope your Saturday and everyone's Saturdays is going well. Mine's been pretty good. I got a lot done. I had, like, an annoying amount of things, because, you know, with my buddy Drunk Emblem coming to town, late last weekend, I kind of had to put off a lot of stuff, so today was the day to get a lot of that done. It was luckily dry enough where I could, like, do some yard work. I cleaned all the floors, though the floor in one particular room ended up dirtier than when I started. That's a long story. Just, I'm annoyed at myself. Yeah, we hung out. We went to some excellent bars. Death. Went to some good bars. If you're ever... Brandon. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. There he is. There's our boy. Your fighting style is weird. It just sucks. Blocks 0 of 8. Bonus game. Let's block. Okay, I apparently do not know how to block. How do I block? Block. Tap. Close plus... Yeah, I don't know. I'll just wait for time to run out. Anyway, obviously not sponsored, but, he took me to a couple bars that he wanted to, because Drunk is a bartender in his daily life. And so he wanted to visit a few in Denver. Union Lodge number 2, which is a cozy little bar downtown. Got some nice mixed drinks there. And then Death and Company, which there are a few of around the country, but we have one in Denver. It was very fancy, very overpriced, but like good vibes and like a little fancier of a place than I usually go to. I love my divey little bars, but Death and Company was good too. Oh, please do tell me. I need to know who thought Brandon was a good idea. Yeah, I don't know why my blocks aren't going up. I'm not gonna worry about it, because it's just a bonus game. For PC, it's called Slashers because of piracy issues in Turkey. Get into a GBA game in 6 months. Well, it shows. Well, Duke, you haven't faced Brandon before. Ooh, he's actually giving me a little bit of trouble. He's got a very solid defense. What? Oh, come on. Stop using your iframes like that, Duke. That ain't cool. Huh. So they were literally like, the dev was like, hey, I'm gonna develop this in my home country. Never mind, too many people pirate games here. Let's put it on Game Boy Advance instead. You gonna move there, Duke? Duke just sits in his corner. Nope, he's gonna... Nope. Nah, he instantly hits me with that grab when he gets up. That is a little bit unfair, game. I ain't gonna lie to you. I am max. I don't know what that means, but I have max meter. Okay, by spamming my B move, I won. I do appreciate the deep-fried voice acting. Always a thing I enjoy, y'all know that. Duke. Duke, please. Just lie still and think of non-specific country that we are in. I think we were in Japan like two bouts ago. You cannot resist Brandon's anatomically incorrect VOD. You may as well not even try, friend. Ooh, that was a good move. Oh my god, he didn't hit me with a grab. Death. He has founded a studio. Please tell me there are more Adventures of Brandon I could play. I need this info, Nate. No pressure, of course. Thank you for... Brandon! I just can't believe it. I have beaten a knight. Behold, Brandon. Let me try Death Rain and Typhoon, just to switch things up. Brandon versus old lady. Am I fighting, like, a Mongol senior citizen? What? I'm sorry, game. You're gonna have to explain that to me. God, she's so short. It's tough to land a... What? It's tough to land a blow on her. Brandon fights a grandma hag. Ooh, I got some blocks there. Okay. I do have to just hit forward when I'm about to take damage. I thought that was the recovery thing that we're talking about. Brandon's like, whatever, grandma. I'll cut you down. Brandon believes in true gender equality. God, I have such range on my B. It covers like a good third of the screen, it feels like. Okay, so she is the ranged harass character. I could see if you get, like, really good at this game, she could be an absolute holy terror to fight against. I mean, this is on easy and she's given me some problems. I do wonder, though, is there like an M. Bison style, like, crazy OP character as the final boss of arcade mode? Or a, Oh god, what? Ow. Stop! Stop! Okay, that used her meter. How do I use my meter? Come on, Brandon. Stop it with your buff ghosts. Spam light attack. Try and stun locker. Finish. Brandon. Here he comes. Here he comes. You should consider retirement, Granny. So in some of these it was death, and some of these it was like I just defeated them. Stop it with your buff ghosts. New sentence. Very true. Brandon versus Runeguard. So we have... Is he a space wizard? Brandon's like, whatever, nerd. Shut up and get thrown. Oh yeah, when I can pull off that move, it's very good. I swear it's like completely at random when I do it though. Oh, there's the super headbutt. Nice. Stunned. Damn. Absolutely annihilated him there. Yeah, I know. The sprite is like fine. But yeah, the still image is so terrible. I kind of want to, like, if we have enough time, if there's like time on the 30 minutes after if I can beat the game, I want to like try with the other characters and see if they also look as cursed, or if it's just Brandon. Stop freezing me. Damn. They're trying to give me the business a little bit. They are selling me on their business. Also, I like how the music awkwardly stops for like 2 seconds before it loops. It's a great stylistic touch. Called Canarium with this Lovecraft horror game called Transient. I feel like I've heard of Transient actually. That sounds vaguely familiar to me, but I can't recall anything about it. Come on, I almost... Ah! He barely got me. Alright, Runeguard. This is our final battle. Curse you and your Honey Bunches of Oats wand. Or, no, not... Honey Nut Cheerios wand. Right, that's the thing the bee is always, like, waving over the Cheerios. What? He light me on fire. He's a powerful wizard. He's just hiding his monocles. Stormling Studios, this is... Okay, neat. I'll probably take a quick look at that, when we're, like, swapping games or something. End is near! You're goddamn right the end is near, Runeguard. It is the end for you. No, 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 no. Oh, come on. How was I supposed to stop that? Well, it show us a close-up of him, though. It's everyone! It's everyone! It's every character! Your happy days are over with your death. Like, that's not as cursed as Brandon, but it's still cursed. These are great. This game is a work of art, man. I'm so glad this dev is still working. I don't want to live in a world where the artistic genius that made this game was no longer in the industry. They also made Darkness Within 1 and 2. No, I think I'm right. I'm thinking of The Evil Within. I don't think I know Darkness Within. That's a new one on me. Okay, there it took my dodges, or my blocks. I can't block him when he, like, instantly does that nonsense, though. Jump slash fixes all problems. Never mind. Oh god, one hit. Victory. Yeah. So I can't let this guy get range on me. Because then he just, like, molests me with magic. So we're just gonna act like we're Link and just jump slash this guy to death. That's the play. Yeah, look at how much better this is going. The AI cannot step to this. Always trust in the jump slash. Death. Wannabe Pyramid Head hat? Kind of is. You should try using a sword sometime. Oh, Brandon! My god, can I defeat myself? Brandon versus Brandon. So are we Brandon or are we Dark Brandon? Hilroy was here. Jump slash fixes all problems. Trust in the jump slash. Blue Brandon superiority. Yeah, it's true. They did the Spider-Man meme point. Man, this game is a gem. It just keeps on giving. I don't know what's up with that background, though. That's kind of weird. Brandon. Ooh, that's not what I meant to do, but I think that worked. Kind of, sort of. I'll take it. I'll take it. We take those. What is the... was here the, like, World War I or World War II, like, meme? Where soldiers would, like, draw that little picture of, like, the dude with the big nose peeking over the wall? Death. I think that was it. Brandon! Here it comes! Have we ever met before? Damn. Classic Brandon witticism. Oh no. Okay. Time to watch me fail at blocks. There's one. There's two. Now that I kind of understand what I'm doing. Stop it. 3, 4, 5. Ow. Do we even, like, get anything for winning? Like, an extra continue, maybe? Okay, those ones that drop down from above are kind of garbage. 8. 9. 10. 11. Uno mas. Uno mas. Come on, Brandon. There's a sequel to this on mobile? Yes! I hope it's called... Triple Blades. As all... Wow! Hell yeah! Good for the dev! Brandon versus Shin. I hope the jump slashes... Ooh! This character seems cool. I always like spear fighters in games. Maybe not necessarily in fighting games, but, like... I feel like part of what drew me to, like, Dragon Quest was, like, you could have people who just specialized in, like, spears, and that could be their fighting style. Oh, I have enough friends that are into fighting games that I'm aware that, like, rollback netcode is a good thing, and, like, some major fighting games don't have that, so damn. Big ups to the dev. He went from this to, like, mobile game with, like, rollback netcode, which sometimes the big boys can't quite get right. Hell yeah. I was gonna just, like, you know, obviously the graphics are funny, but I'm happy that, you know, it kind of sounds like... I feel like most cases where you were a dev that got caught in this, like, oh, I was going to put this on PC, but actually I got to port it to Game Boy Advance in 6 months, like, that would probably not be a journey that would end well, but it seems like it's worked out for this dev. Happy for them. Oh, Dual Souls The Last Bearer. Alright, so much lore. Or, well, just details. Here he comes. Character customization? Awesome. What kind of a freak are you? Brandon, oh, here he is. At last I've found a true warrior to save my tired soul from pain. Show me your true power. I'm dying to see you defeat me. Come now! Hot take from Brandon? Absolutely. Brandon versus Alperin? Alperin. We stick with the jump slash. Okay, yep, this is the SNK boss. Tell me about your bison dollars, Alperin. Or your Al dollars? Your cash to Al? Always trust in the jump slash. Always trust in the jump slash. I know we're on easy, but still always trust in the jump slash. He's caught on to the jump slash. Time for a new tactic. Ow. Never mind. Jump slash. He can just create obstacles on the battlefield like that? That's cool. I want to do that. Anyway, he falls before Brandon. Though, I mean, it's cool that the sequel has character customization, but why would you not simply play as Brandon? I don't understand. What is this Brandonless world that these people would want to inhabit? Brandon is already the ideal, Brandon is what peak performance looks like. Oh, come on, he's just gonna block my special like that? Ow! Ah! Screw your Shoryuken. Ah. Stop that! And he has a scorpion grab. Very balanced. Come on, almost. No! You and your stupid grab thing. Come on, I've almost got him. Jump slash! Jump slash! Always trust in it. But with only 3 minutes left, will we get to jump slash again? You fought well, brave warrior. You earned the respect of the Blades. Now, you're their master, but be aware. Don't live too long. When it's your time to die, don't delay it. Okay. Damn, the tragedy of what's his name. With the blades in hand, Brandon finally had what he had come all this way for. But the words of the warrior he had beaten had confused him. Time to die? All Brandon knew was that he was now the master. kill yourself every... Oof. He was the master of the dual blades, and that his time to die would not be any time soon. Or, with the dual blades, it would be never. Dual blades, copyright 2002, vivid image. Okay, alright. Game complete. We knocking out games left and right tonight. Mighty, mighty Brandon. And the music cuts out before it loops. Oh, what a masterpiece. I'm happy that this guy is still working, and apparently is finding some success. I will invisibly cheers to you, good sir. Is there a way to... Okay, yes. Sorry, just we're on a clock. I want to see if... Try normal or a harder difficulty. I think I'm good. Because... This is Shuffle Saturday, where we play a different game every 30 minutes. That was Dual Blades with the peak physical specimen, Brandon. But now we're moving on. Might not be as possible to be as cursed as Brandon, but I still want it. I mean, they can always try. We did get to see Runeguard, who is a little cursed. Not as cursed as Brandon, but still cursed. If it came in during that, I'm going to roll a different game to play for the next half hour. If you don't like what comes up, just hit with an exclamation mark veto. But then, you might be denied the majesty, the glory of something like Dual Blades. And let's see what's up next. Next will be Operation Thunderbolt for the SNES. Is this the game I'm thinking of? Hang on. Okay, yes, this was the game I'm thinking of. So I need to make a note of this to take this off, because this actually requires the SNES light gun to work, and I do not have that. So, this one's going to be thrown out on the executive level. Thank you for the lurk, you. I appreciate it. You know I do, man. We're just coming off a delightful streak of curse, and looking to see if we can do it again. Instead of Operation Thunderbolt, we will play... Hell yeah! Wolfenstein 3D for the Game Boy Advance. I love me some Wolfenstein 3D. Unironically, I'm terrible at it, but I love Wolfenstein 3D. On GBA, I have played this before. It's a trip, man. So I will get that loaded up, and it should be ready in just a couple of minutes. It's not as bad as you might expect. Like, it's kind of bad, but it's not Medal of Honor bad. I've played a Game Boy Advance Medal of Honor before. That was truly cursed. Alright, let's flip over here. Why is the capture bigger? God damn it. Okay, there we go. 30 minutes on the clock. Let's play some Wolfenstein 3D. It presents... It's the classic! Do I have a game to load? I actually do. The Dual Souls sequel is also on Switch. Awesome. I'm gonna start a new game. Just to get, like, reacquainted, because I think it's been months since I played this. Escape from Wolfenstein. Not an I Am Death Incarnate. Let's go for a Don't Hurt Me. Get psyched. It's pretty smooth. B is door. A must be gun. Oh, I have shoulder button strafe. Excellent. They didn't have to do that, but I appreciate that they did. There's some food. And just bones. Man, I remember playing this back in the day and being like so blown away by like, oh my god, you're just killing Nazis and they bleed when you shoot them. It was a simpler time, friends. Speaking of deep fried voice acting. Oh, too classic. This is what people used to be worried about when it came to violence in video games. Oh, I did take a little hit. Okay. Well, that's fine. I just shot a dog and ate some food. You know, like you do. But it was a Nazi dog. It had it coming. I actually Brandon is still there and looks just as glorious? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We love that for Brandon. Thank you for your top quality field work. I'm so glad that Brandon is still around. He's always #1 in my heart. No, I don't remember some of the secrets, but I know you can get, like, a good gun kind of early. Oh! And I think one of them might be... Yeah, okay. Yes, now we have better gun. Though I do have to be careful, because I can waste ammo a lot easier with this gun versus the pistol. In some ways, I kind of prefer the pistol. Recover some plundered gold. Secrets? No secrets. Alas. It's weird. I played Wolfenstein 3D so many times as a kid, but I never found myself playing Doom. At least that I can remember, and that was like, you know, that was the big, old FPS. I think it was probably just because it was considered, like, a little too, like, mature and violent, because, oh, you're in hell. Can't have that on our Christian computer, or whatever. Yep, Wolfenstein 3D, it's a classic. No need to bend over backwards to do research. Just sit back and enjoy the Nazi-killing vibes. At least I would say. I actually, one of the first games I bought on my Xbox 360, when I got one, was actually Wolfenstein 3D, because I found it on the Xbox Live Arcade. That was when, Drunk Emblem and I were roommates, he was like, oh my god, Vim. And I'm like, I'm playing Wolfenstein 3D on the Xbox! He just shook his head and went back to... I think that was when he was in his Call of Duty phase. Hello there. You know, objectively a much better game. But, it's fine. There's that death noise I love. Okay, I should probably go grab some healing before I head out of this first level here. Otherwise, I'm probably just gonna die horribly in the next floor. I'm not sure I've ever, like... I don't think I never really make it that far in Wolfenstein 3D, because if I'm playing it on my own time, I inevitably just kind of get tired of the jank and the old that it has going on. Or, you know, if I'm playing it here, then eventually 30 minutes comes due and we gotta move on. See, also having to navigate, you know, that's not exactly my strong suit. I have a lot of complaints about some things that a lot of modern games do, but giving you mini-maps and things, that's not among them. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, super classic, Max. And on the Game Boy Advance, no less. I do wonder how many systems Wolfenstein 3D has been ported to. Because it just keeps coming back. It's like, oh yes, the classic. But, I mean, you want to talk about classics that have not aged well, like... here you go, right here. Though I did always want to play, I heard about, oh, it was probably like some angry video game nerd video way back in the day that, like, they made like a Noah's Ark game that was just retextured Wolfenstein, and it was like, okay, that sounds hilarious, but I've never had the opportunity to get my hands on it. I think. I don't know, maybe that's gonna come up on the shuffler one day and I'll be like, okay, where do I have that exactly? Get me out of here. Bonus! Oof. Really? I thought it was pretty thorough about treasure. Must include treasures and secrets. I would love to save my game. Oh, reskinned Doom. Maybe. Maybe. Because I'm pretty sure it's Wolfenstein, though, because it's like... It was Noah's Ark 3D was the name of the reskinned game. So, like, Wolfenstein 3D... That kind of follows in my brain. Oh god, dogs! Hate the guard dogs. Fun fact about me, I think I mentioned this on stream before, but I haven't talked about it in a long time. Obviously, you know, the graphics here are not realistic enough to, like, trigger it, but I actually have a phobia of dogs. You know, I don't, like, freak out if I see a dog anywhere, but, like, if a dog is, like, happily running up to greet me, like, oh, hello, new human, I'm like, hi! Just, like, I go full deer in headlights. I don't know what it is. I'm just like, that dog is going to kill me, or something. Speaking of getting killed, that was... I took a lot of damage there. Yeah, animal with pointy teeth running at me, exactly. And, like, people try to, you know, people are just like, oh, my dog is fine, he's nice, and I'm like, yes, I can understand that logically. Like, you have probably not trained your dog to be a killing machine, but it is a phobia. If pure logic could solve such things, I would not have this. Okay, please be food in one of these rooms. Hey, alright. It's more prison cells. Ooh, yeah. And see, I had a blue healer dog when I was young as well. It apparently nipped at my little brother a couple times, but it never did anything to me that I can remember. I do? Huh. Okay, I don't see it on the shelf. I trust my record keeping though. I just might have to go digging for it. Yeah, it was a long time ago. When I was like or something. The dog was named Fat Boy, so you know, not. I think that was even my dad. I don't remember how us having a dog really came about, because I've never been great with dogs. I assume it was something that my little brother wanted, But I don't know. I think it was my dad, he always, like, very much dislikes having, like, indoor animals. He's gotten better about it with age. But he's like, oh, the animals are just gonna make the indoors filthy or something. And we had outdoor cats. Um, but he probably figured, like, oh, an outdoor dog, they need to go outside anyway. We can just keep the dog outside all the time. Got him. Yeah, well, a lot of people on hearing that have been like, their minds immediately go to like, oh, did a dog like attack you when you were little? And I'm like, not that I can remember. And like, it's possible I repressed it or something, but I've not heard. Oh God, there's. Okay, I really need to heal. 7% health is not a great look for me. But yeah, I've heard stories about the time the dog, like, kind of started attacking my little brother. Never one about it attacking me. Yeah, I know, it probably wasn't good for the dog, but I don't know. That was what we did. That was what we did. Because we lived out in the countryside, so there was a lot of room for the dog to, like, run around. I think my dad kind of reasoned, like, oh, okay, the dog won't be, like, the dog can be in his natural element. I don't know. I was too young to really question it, and that was just, I don't know. Oh, not these guys. Yep, I'm dead. But yeah, it was only for like a year, maybe two. So, not a real long time that I owned a dog. It was not a... Ah! This hurts, having to go back to just having a crappy pistol. And no ammo. You want to talk survival horror? You talk Wolfenstein 3D. Our cats seemed to get along pretty well with being outside all the time back in those days, though. I would have much rather we had the cats inside, of course, but I don't know. They did alright. A few of them ended up going half-barrel sometimes, but... Yeah, that makes sense. But, I don't know. I can only speculate. Guess I could ask my dad when I see him tomorrow, but I don't know. It's been, like 20 plus years since the dog was in our lives. So, it's long ago. Hardly think about it, really. But, yeah. I have a phobia of dogs, particularly, like, I can't point to, like, a given, like, size, but if a dog is big enough, I am not okay when that dog is around. Like, the last in-person office job I worked, they went out of their way to be very dog-friendly, and, like, a few people would sometimes bring their dogs in if they, like, I don't know, they couldn't get their dog sitter for the day or something. And it always, like, I was a nervous wreck the entire day. And everyone basically just acted like having a phobia of dogs, like, wasn't a real thing or something. Assholes. Basically just laughed at me every time I talked about, like, freaking out about a dog, like, running down the office hallway. Now we're talking. Okay. So we have the better gun. So, yeah, getting fired from that place was good in that sense, in that I didn't have to deal with that anymore, at least, but I don't know, it was still relatively infrequent, but, like, why would I make up a fairly uncommon phobia? Because, like, lots of people love dogs. I don't hold it against people that love dogs, I love cats, and some people aren't about cats. Like, I'm sure phobia of cats is probably a thing. If someone told me that, I would take them seriously. I think the only time I've ever seen it portrayed or, like, heard about it at all is in Persona 3, where it's a side quest to help someone get over his phobia of cats. I think they even name drop what it's called. It's like oraliphobia or something. You'd think it'd be like feline phobia or something, but I don't know. As a result, like, I think the fear of dogs is called something similar, so, like, I don't say canine phobia because that's not correct, and the more proper name just leaves my brain, like, the second I'm like, oh yeah, I should look up what this is actually called, and then I immediately forget. But, you know, I think outside of a lot of, like, really common phobias, like, you know, arachnophobia, maybe, thalassophobia, people don't really know, like, phobia names. Which is interesting, because I feel like it's not that uncommon of a, like, thing for people to have to grapple with. Is like a fear, you know, rational or not, of just something that can happen or they can run into in the world. And, like, we just, I don't know. Oh, Automod's bonking. I will allow. Size of dog's the opposite of the... Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But, like, I feel like if a small dog tries to kill me, I can just, like, punt it 20 feet away, so the fear isn't there. Or at least it's nowhere near as strong. Like, with a big dog, I always feel like, you know, there's this lady who, I'm in the same training class with for my new job. It's all over Zoom. And she talks about her dog, like, weighing, like, 90 pounds or something, and I'm like, oh, if that dog tried to kill me, could probably have a decent shot at it. It was... I honestly didn't pay attention. I just trusted you to not be posting horrible things, because you're a regular Nate. I think it said sex-based terms? Oh, no, it was bite. Yeah. Bite you is what Automod didn't like. Which, like, I guess, fair, violence, or something. But Automod seems just very arbitrary sometimes. But I don't know. I basically just got me keeping an eye on y'all. And, you know, I don't really need somebody, you know, going mad with power. Being a mod for me. I have friends who are mods, and they lurk and watch sometimes, but I don't expect anything of them. Scar in your hand from a Chihuahua. I believe that. Chihuahuas are crazy. Like, it's there that my natural phobia, like, comes in a little handy, because, you know, the fear is still there at, like, a low level. So, I'm always, like, on guard if, you know, a Chihuahua decides to be a Chihuahua and just absolutely lose it and try to attack me. I don't know, it's like the paranoiac who, like, turns out to be right once, sort of a deal. Dog was absolutely crazy. It kind of makes me think of, my dad used to date a lady. My dad's been divorced for many years. But she owned a couple of Chihuahuas. One was very, very nice, you know, still pretty hyper, but very friendly. And the other, like, was just an absolute little shit. And she had a very funny thing she would say when, like, the dog was misbehaving. She would be like, he's behaving like a common street dog. Always stood out to me as hilarious. Like, what is a common street dog? I feel like I can imagine it, but at the same time, I've never seen a common street dog. Dachshunds were apparently bred to fight badgers in their holes. Yeah. Yeah, you would need to be an aggressive, the insane little shit to do that. Because, like, badgers are no joke for their size, man. I am completely lost. I feel like I'm going around in circles. Ah! A new Nazi to kill. Excellent. That's all I desire in life. I mean, you know, maybe a couple other things. It's interesting. I actually, not too long ago, Take the Shot Media on our Discord. We've had a bit of a book club going, and not so long ago we actually read a World War II historical fiction book, based on my recommendation actually, called Under the Twisted Cross, based on stories the author's father told her about him being an American prisoner of war captured by the Nazis during World War II and like held in a prison camp for some time. Interesting read. It didn't 100% hold up to what I had remembered because it was a reread. A street rat. See, yeah, I've heard of street rat, but like street dog. That was a new one on me. Similar vibes for sure. Mein Leben! I don't even know what that means in German. Ever heard of Kryptonomicon? No, I am not familiar. What is that? I thought I heard 2 voice clips, but apparently there was only the one guard in here. Perhaps? Oh! Okay. These levels always felt a little too big and empty to me. Oh boy. Let's make him come to me a little bit. Or not. This was a terrible decision. Okay. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I took a little damage, but there was food back there a little bit. Set in World War II in a modern style setting. Interesting. May have to pick that up at some point. I've been trying to be better about reading. Like, oh, translates to my life. Okay, for some reason I thought it was like something like my wife. Not sure where I got that idea from. Code-breaking early computers in a Nazi gold hunt. Sounds like a good old time. I've been trying to be better about reading, and the book club is the main way I'm doing that, but like, you know, I love visual novels a lot, but sometimes I feel like my standards can get lowered from that, because, you know, visual novels, they don't always have, like, top-notch writing. It pains me to admit it, but, you know, sometimes it can get a little dumb. Basically, oh god, I'm dying. Okay. Your eldest brother's... Oh, okay. I feel like he's generally got pretty good... Aha! Pretty good taste, so... I shall look into it at some point. Yeah, those blue guys always a little bit freaky. Take them. There's so many places to explore. I always wonder though, like, what were shooters before Wolfenstein? Like, I know kind of the genre didn't exist before, but was there like anything even remotely analogous? I just don't know. Because original Wolfenstein 3D was like even a bit before my time, and you know, FPSs really lived on the PC, and in the early parts of my gaming life, I played like a little bit on PC, but it was mostly, you know, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, then later on the PlayStation. So very much all about the consoles. Though I was into the RPG Maker scene as a lad, even put out my own game, which I think I still have listed on the backloggery. I unfortunately don't have access to it, or I'd love to give you guys a full playthrough and just, like, break down point by point, like, what... just why it is, why it is the way it is, as best I can remember. Because I made it, like, 20 years ago or something. Being like, psh, I can make a big JRPG. I'll use RPG Maker 2000. Yeah, I put you in it, anti-hero. And I also put myself in it, because I was cringe, but I was free. And in 3 minutes, we will be free from this game. You see that, you hear that buttery smooth transition here? That's what you get with with a pro streamer like myself. Not forced at all. Yeah, the game was, like, basically about a ninja who is a mercenary and then, like, somehow gets roped into, like, saving the world. There was something about interdimensional travel and demons that were actually, like, time travelers from, like, an alternate future in the planet's history, I think? Program me a cookie. This rings a distant bell. Oh, wait. Oh, I hadn't been here. I was sure I'd been here. So then, are there doors along here I have? Wait, is that a door down there? Yes! My key! Okay, now we're cooking. Oh, there's a man. Where's the man? There is the man. There is no longer the man. There is another man. Don't know where they came from. And, frankly, I don't care that much. $95. Damn. So close. So close. A lot more treasure this time, though. I would love to save my game. Hey, look, I managed to get back to the same point that my old save file was at. Suppose I could have just started here, huh? Oh well. Had to clean the rust off. Plus, you know, if I was actually focus moding Wolfenstein 3D, I feel like it wouldn't be as good, because I'd be, like, silent a little more instead of just my usual insane, rambly podcasty mode. And then there would just be just long periods of silence with the "Mein Leben!" Oi. I'm betting this game is probably where it started. My love of super bit crushed voice acting. Because, man, it is just peak crunchy voice acting with this game. Totally blew my mind that you could have voices in a video game. Though I think Star Fox 64 was really the one that made me go like, whoa, you can, like, have good voices. And, you know, we look back, but at the time. Anyway. But this is Shuffle Saturday, where we play a different game every 30 minutes. I think I need to... We are moving on from Wolfenstein 3D. I think I need to take a quick break before we roll the next one, so I'm going to put up a quick prediction. If you wish to gamble your garlic coin. And I'll be back in a minute or two, and we will see what we're going to play next. Hope you'll stick with me. Okay, I return. Thank you for waiting. And ooh, got a big bet dropped on the SNES, I see. Well, alright, we'll see what's up next. If you came in during Wolfenstein, no more Wolfenstein unless it comes up again. That's a thing that could theoretically happen. But gonna roll a game here out of around 1600, and I'm gonna play it for the next half hour. If you don't like what comes up, hit exclamation mark veto, and we'll roll something else. Next up for Shuffle Saturday shall be Superpower 2 for Steam. This must be a Repu game. Congratulations to you who played the odds and bet on PC and Steam. Superpower 2. Huh. Looks like a strategy game of some kind? I'll give this a download and we'll see what it does. Quick download, so should be into it momentarily. Unless I have to install DirectX 10 or 12 or whatever for the 800th time. Which is entirely possible, you know. Meantime, I'll get that category updated. Superpower 2. RTS Strategy Simulation Open World, apparently. Okay. Almost done downloading. Okay, there we go. Cool. Let's just get her loaded up here. Flip over to this screen, as this usually works, TM. Oh, okay, it's gonna launch in... Okay, I should be able to... Maybe this screen instead. Why is the game called Joshua.exe? Whatever. 30 minutes on the clock. Let's play some Superpower 2. Summer 2001. The distant future.
This is why we have no choice but to continue the occupation of Japan, and we will consider any direct or indirect action taken against us to be a declaration of war.
Okay. They're firing the nukes. They're occupying Japan. The superpowers are at war, I guess. Never been that great at RTSs, but I've been playing a lot of Advance Wars, so I'm at least warmed up in that sense. Also, the game seems a little loud. Let me know if I need to tweak it down a little bit. I feel like I might. Superpower 2. Also, you're not using the whole screen, so I'm gonna make you a little bit bigger. How about like this? Oh, now it uses the whole dang screen. Okay. Single player game. Tutorial works for me. Welcome to Superpower 2. This tutorial will guide you through the game's interface and explain some of the basic concepts. Press F10, right-click to get to the previous step. The game scenarios is a game of geopolitical strategy. This means it's played on a representation of our planet, and through various windows giving you information and choices of actions. You play as the government of any real country of the world. Since many important actions are done directly on the globe, the first thing to learn is how to move around. Using the navigation map shows you the entire globe. Okay. Notice the location clicked on and navigate. This feels really loud. I feel like I'm getting drowned out. I'm gonna turn the game down a little bit. There we go. You can also click and drag the mouse. Cool. Second method is by using the right mouse button. Okay, simple enough. You notice that the view is locked at the poles to prevent the globe from turning upside down. Also zoom in or out. Navigation map and directly on the globe. Bar represents the zoom level. Wow, you can zoom way in. You can... Oh, okay. Scroll the mouse wheel. That's much simpler. You'll notice that as you move closer to the Earth, you see the map in more details, including mountains, major highways, and rivers. Select something on the Earth, just left-click on it. You can select a military unit or a country. Currently selected countries displayed here. China has been selected. Gee, can I find the US? Quickly bring your home country, press this button, or the home key. Okay. Last thing about the globe is the ability to use thematic maps. Brings up a contextual menu that offers various options. Context menu will access comparing countries and regions. Economic strength. Oh, wow. This is very in-depth. See, the countries are painted in various colors ranging from red to blue. Red is high, blue is low. Okay. Let's get back to geographic. There we go. Oh! Superpower 3 released last year and has a 2 out of 10. Yikes. Still, maybe Superpower 2 is okay? Let's have a look at the main toolbar. Divided in 3 areas: politics, military, and economy. We call them spheres. The areas of country management. This opens the first level windows, which contain summarized basic information. Political options: status of government, domestic situation, international relations, and treaties. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant, Nate. Military options revolve around military hardware. Research it, build it, deploy it, and use it to fight others. Nuclear forces and covert ops. Economic options are the backbone of your campaigns. Budget, resources, economic well-being. 3 menus represent the selected country's relative area strength in each of the spheres. Currently selected along with flag. Expanded into a list by clicking on it with the... Let us select Canada. See the current diplomatic status between your home country and the selected country. You will see if you're either allied, neutral, or at war with it. Open the diplomatic relations. By default... Okay, how about Andorra? Resource discovery ore. But what about, oh god, that's so many. Madagascar? We're just green. You can reposition most windows. Oh, that's nice. Close the window. Provides additional information. Oh my god, this is so in-depth. Terrain, climate, most frequent natural hazards, demographic information. Arable land, 2.8. Forest, 0.4. National Park, 7.6. Unusable, 89%. Well, Canada, you're doing your best with what you got, I guess. This button opens a sphere control, and choose which sphere you want to control and which one you want the computer to control for you. Oh, I can automate stuff. History graph is accessible. Incoming mail, events or actions. When it's flashing, might be a good idea to open the window to take a look at messages. Event log tells you what's happening in the world. Action is performed or an event happens in the world. It is listed in the event log. Clicking on an event automatically centers the view on the event's location. Filters out less important events when numerous things happen at the same time. Let's see, last 200 events and can be filtered. And then date and time. Game's time flows at a constant rate, but its scale can be adjusted by pressing the button. Okay. So this one was good, and then they took the sequel and fucked it up, I guess. Alas. Concludes the tutorial. Okay. Whew, boy. This is a lot. Okay, military units. Yes, please tell me how to military. Tank icons, land forces, ship or naval. I am in green, blue is allies. Enemy is red, yellow neutral. Contain infantry, ground, naval, and air. Unit group status is represented by the icon. To avoid high military spending, you should keep your units parked most of the time. Ready or fortify your units to ensure they are not taken by surprise by your forces. Airy low. Ready units are mobilized. Upkeep costs very high. Fortified, defensive position. Same efficiency and upkeep cost as ready units. Yeah, the realism is kind of insane. By right-clicking on the icon. Change status. Ready? Okay, and it takes time for them to ready up. Now the group is ready. Let's see how to move it. Drag and drop. Move and confirm. Or move here. Move to Mexico. Performing the move will be considered an act of war. Yeah, we're gonna go to war with Mexico. And they've turned to red. Progression bar appears. Units need to be prepared to move before they start moving. Also influenced by infrastructure. As your units arrive at their destination, the opponent sends its units to repel the invasion. Can I not move my other dudes? I guess not. Once the battle begins, a combat icon appears. You can leave your units to fight by themselves, or enter battle overview to see the battle unfold and fine-tune your strategy. Okay. You can go to this granular a level? Man. See them fire being hit. Their position doesn't represent the real position on the battlefield. It's located in this section. Okay. Order attack or defense. Defending units back off while firing at targets that are within their range. Each unit type is more efficient against certain unit types. Tank, very powerful against ground, ineffective against air. Having units to stay behind is a good way of protecting them. Quantity of the units. Number at the bottom represents the total number of allied units fighting in the battle. Allies are fighting on your side. Two or more countries. Okay, overall tie to the battle. Combat strategies. Reset offensive and defensive. Can send reinforcements or retreat to the country's capital. Watch the battle unfold. They have a lot of infantry. I have, like, aircraft and stuff. Oh, they do have dudes. It seems the Mexican army is no... Oh, achievement unlocked. Small time conquer. Battle is finished. Battle summary. They lost 66,000 infantry troops. Oh my god! You defeated all the enemy forces and now have military control over the region. Press and hold the tab key and move the mouse cursor over the region you are currently in. You can see that you have military control. Mexico still has political control. Political control can only be acquired by political means. You need to declare an annexation treaty. 6 months after it's proposed, other countries could come to the rescue. Interesting. Money in the country's budget. Okay, divide it between ground, air, naval, and strategic. Strategic sector is only unlocked after the country has completed the initial nuclear program research accessible. Okay. Our stuff is pretty good. How's our progress? Okay, so it's like Crusader Kings 2. It's just like passive buffs to all your things. Fine-tune the distribution. Okay. Unit design. Review military unit designs. Create new designs. Let's see, browse through. Oh my god. This is too much, man. General information about unit type. Explain strengths and weaknesses. New design. A new tank design. Sure. We will call this the Oh God, Please Help Me tank. Assign technology dots to your design. Price increases you. Okay.
Ah, and so now we are going to develop a tank of mass destruction. We can select the parts that are used for the 3D representation above. You can select the part types from the list and browse through the different pieces by using the arrows on the right side. You can also change the camouflage color you wish to use for this representation. Alright, so, okay, apparently I cannot actually change what technologies I'm going to use. Let's give it, this track type looks pretty cool. For the hull type, we'll give it a big ol' honkin' this. And the cannon types, it's gotta be this guy. And then we'll make it, very green. It's a classic look. Oh, chat tracker is dead. Wonderful. Thank you for waiting this long to crash, chat tracker. Looks like they released 3 as a broken mess and have basically abandoned it. That is a shame. That is a shame. Now let's see how to build units along those designs. Open the unit production window by opening the build button. Select unit design, set a quantity, and start the production. Determined production capacity, push as many units. Put on hold until other productions can set priority. Put in the deployment list, waiting to be placed on the globe. Close the window to continue. Dear God, there's more? Yeah, this is too much. Let's just go into deploy. And let's just, units have a very low training level. They come out as recruits and suffer efficiency penalties in combat. Thank you for that voice redeem, Antihero. And I see you redeem for me picking the next game. It is noted and appreciated. It's recommended to train them. Recruit regular, veteran, and elite. Takes time and money. Is it a price? Deployed. Close deployment list and unit list menu. Section displays the status of nuclear program. Develop an ASNI missile defense system. US already possesses a nuclear arsenal, true. Launching an attack on an enemy is pretty simple. Let's try launching an attack on China. You know, just gonna casually nuke China. Country. China. Need to determine a primary target. Focus fire on either military or civilian. Civilian will fire the missiles at the most important population agglomerations to maximize casualties. Attacking military doesn't mean there won't be any civilian casualties. Let's concentrate our fire on military targets. I mean, that's a little boring. Land-based ICBMs or SLBMs carried by nuclear submarines. Let's use the land-based only. Let's use up all those missiles that are just chilling in North Dakota. Oh, they pre-calculated optimal numbers of nuclear missiles. I'm sure there's some, Nate. I can't think of it offhand, but I'm sure there's some. Prepare for launch. Mr. President Vim, we need your authorization, sir. Are we going to launch the strike? Do it.
Can I not scroll over and witness the devastation? As I just make Fallout canon? You can see the missiles being launched at the target. You can rotate the globe to see a better view. See, China retaliates, causing a lot of damage to my country. Nuclear strikes are very powerful, but are also very unpopular. Use them wisely, assuming it can ever be wise to launch a nuclear strike. This concludes the second tutorial. Okay, I guess I'm fine to just bumble in now. What have we got about scenarios? Is there like, Turkey's been working for years to distance itself from the other Middle Eastern. Maybe. Like, joining the EU is your objective to fulfill that campaign promise. Economy, adopting the euro. Well, most of what I learned was, like, military, so let me go military. Itself in a difficult position. The country is hugely unstable, and internal clashes between rival tribes and ethnic groups are starting to spill into neighboring countries. As the United States, you need to act before the situation threatens oil production in neighboring countries. You also use this pretext to field test new equipment that has never been tried before. These tests are important in sending a clear... Oh, I just noticed the title. Iraq Invasion. Alright then. Both of which has started to militarize like World War II 50 years ago. The war's conclusion: to impress future rivals, you need to be swift, effective, and deadly. Overthrow the regime in Iraq and take military control over all its regions. Let's seize us some oil! Okay, so let's change to ready. Change to ready. I can ready my forces in the interior as well. You know, there's no need to worry about the completely scheduled military drills that are currently taking place. You know, it's all completely routine. Certainly we're not about to just completely mess up some country somewhere. It's all fine. No need to worry about it too much. Everything is fine. And, you know, we'll get some forces from down south. You know, Mexico probably isn't going to be too uppity. So let's just get all our forces nice and readied. Where can I even see about, like, how much money I'm spending? Totally on free market. Okay, I'm doing deficit spending. We're definitely the US. Okay. Let me start to... Saudi Arabia. There's Iraq. Okay. Typical American geography skills. Let's see, we got these boys ready to go. So congratulations, you're the first ones in. Attack Iraq! I also had these ones ready to go, so we'll send them in as well. Hit the beachhead there. Cut off their main port. Where were my other readied troops? Here. Yeah, these three. You will also go to, here. Bombard region? Sure, that sounds good. Let's do that. Let's see, there was the Georgian regiment as well. Just everything in the Midwest. Just go forth and, just kill everyone. Why can't they move there? Oh, is it only that the Navy can move there? 'Cause water? That would make some sense. Okay, so my Navy can move there. Fortify, because Iraq is attacking me back, I guess? I don't know what I'm supposed to do then, because I don't have separate air units. And this isn't so realistic that I have, like, a US military base in every country in the world for some goddamned reason. So... what do I do with my army boys, then? I guess I can just... can they, like, convoy onto... oh, they can merge with the Navy. No, they can't. I'm a liar. Okay, I do at least... just full assault. Just, like, mess them up. Okay, so I've got a massive doom stack here. Oh, there's no path. There's no path available to reach the destination. Naval units cannot stop in the middle of the land. Ground units cannot stop in the middle of the water. Can I order them to go here? Yeah, I have no idea how to move my ground units across water. Can they, like... can I, like, disband... and have it, like, just be my air units or something? They didn't teach me this. Let me see if I can pause it and, like, figure out what I need to do here. So there must be a way within the mechanics of the game. But I'll be damned if I can figure it out. Infantry ground. Can't move into... okay, so if my ground troops can truly only, like, move on the ground, then how do I do this? Do I just have to depend on, like, my allies to fight people for me? That wouldn't make much sense. Oh boy, our corruption is at 47%. That low? You can go into different treaties? Oh my god. This is too much for my brain. Internal laws. Freedom of speech permitted. Freedom of demonstration not permitted? True path, virtue party. Polygamy and same-sex marriage. Okay. Oh, that was looking at Turkey, not me. Well, why don't I see what I can change? Oh, okay. Corruption at 17%. That's way too low for the US. Permitted, permitted, unlimited. Okay, first of all, we're changing same-sex marriage to permitted. Child labor, you know, to permitted. Polygamy... polygamy, we're gonna leave that as is. Wait, I can make a language illegal? Screw the military stuff, I just want to mess around with, like... Spanish is now illegal! Gay marriage is legal, speaking Spanish is not! But with 3 minutes left, will we get to see the horrible consequences of my terrible decisions? And the borders are closed.
Also, every religion is illegal. Every religion is illegal. Oh, I cannot make all religions illegals. Oh wait, none is listed. No religion is the official religion of the US. Is your VP Maddox? Maybe. Apply! USA is closest border to immigration. My approval is just shot down. Spanish is illegal. Just a little ticker like, the US just went crazy. My ideology now swung hard, right? Oh, and you know what? We're gonna be a monarchy. And declare martial law. This is now the Kingdom of the United States. Everything is under martial law. Meanwhile, a bunch of people die in an earthquake in Canada. The options really are incredible. And it's not like you have to, like, pass it through. It's just like, you say the US is now a dictatorship. And it happens. It's amazing. The political side is so much more interesting. Oh my god, my approval rating is ticking up. My approval rating is ticking up. It just happens. You're just like, yeah, gay marriage is legal, Spanish is illegal, every religion is illegal, also I'm now king. And the game's like, alright. This was one hell of a Tuesday, man. I could see myself getting really into this game if I really dove super deep into it. I can see why Repu owns this game. Because this game is neat. Oh, what treaties could I, like... Can I... Oh, wait, new treaty. New treaty type. Military trespassing, right? That would calm a few people down even if they oppose those things. True, the martial law and all that. But, alas, I don't have time to make more horrific changes to the United States. Because this is Shuffle Saturday, where we play a different game every 30 minutes. That was a little bit of Superpower 2, which is bananas in a great way. But I was very overwhelmed. So, that's cool that you can go that absolutely crazy. But Antihero has redeemed to allow me to pick the next game, which I should have really been thinking about more, but I was so enthralled in just the absolutely bananas things that I could just snap my fingers and just have happen. If it was independent of all other considerations, I'd probably pick Fuga 2, but I'd feel a little bad for people who wouldn't be expecting that playthrough to continue. So I'm actually going to pick the same game I picked last time I got this option. So I will start to set that up. It's a game that I think I'm almost about to beat, called Lunistis, which is a neat sort of like 3D platformer done in like a PS1 style. A little bit like kind of like Sonic Adventure, like a little bit. Just very chill. So we're gonna flip over here, and I believe this comes right up. Oh, that's right. It doesn't... That's right. It does not launch in full screen. Just a sec. So I have to use this window to... We have sound. We will have video in soon. There we go. Lunistis. This is the game I choose. Where you are Panda Girl running around a weird, dreamlike world. Yeah, I picked it up for like an absolute song, and I liked it.
We got a little bit of time on it last time, so I'm gonna get back into it. This is the game I choose. 30 minutes on the clock. Let's play more Lunistis. And next is family. Let's see. Okay, yep. Space to jump. Oh. That is not... Okay, those are camera rotate. Okay, so... Right. Okay. Yeah, this one is, like, cute. It's got a good style to it. You can just kind of, like, blast through it, for the most part. I appreciate that in a platformer. There were a few parts where I definitely got stuck. And, like, it's definitely more difficult if you're going for the collectibles. I'll get them when they're, like, on the way, but I ain't gonna stress too much about them. But, you know. There we got an H. Can I find the rest of them? With luck. I do think there's, like, a deeper point to this game, because I remember the store page said something about, like... Something about uncovering secrets, so I'm wondering if this is going to be one of those where, like... It's cute at first, but then there's, like, a darker undertone to it, which, like... I love me some mood whiplash. Which is probably not a big surprise if you followed a lot of what I've played before. Oh, okay. Okay, we're doing some water grinding. I like it. It's just, I don't know, it has such a Sonic Adventure vibe. Which, those two games are some of my favorite platformers. They got their problems, for sure, but... Oop. I don't know, they're very nostalgic for me. Just like the pure, like, Sonic levels just, you know, rolling around at the speed of sound. You got places to go, gotta follow your rainbow. Heck, even the mech levels I liked. And, you know, the Knuckles and Rouge levels, but you know, most of the game was good. Most of the game I liked. Mostly because they involved, like... Ooh, okay, we're speeding up here. This is kind of like the... What was it? The mock running that they had in some of the... One of the Sonic 3Ds? Ah! Missed it by inches. That's fine. I don't need 100% completion. Pumpkin Hill does hit hard. I can't deny that. I just didn't like the everything else about it that it did. And I do really appreciate how this game, like, it's a platformer, and it controls wonderfully well on mouse and keyboard. I feel like so often games like this are like, oh, you don't have a controller that you want to hook up for this? Shh. Go home, kid. And I'm like, it's the default control scheme on PC. Please. At least try. That's all I ask. Just try. Oh, do I? Ah! Do I die? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I like this a lot better than, like, the Sonic rail grinding. You know, I guess water flowing up is a little silly. But it's better than just, like, unexplained... Ah, the cranes were to the right. Hey, a full-on Sonic-style loop, too. Always welcome. Made it. Yeah, I didn't do amazing at that one. Let's see is fair. Park family. No control. I don't even know what keeping the little cursor within that range does. Does it just make sure I can, like, boost up enough? Oh, hang on. I can... Yeah, what's it? There's gotta be something at the top of this, right? Oh, no. Ah, whatever. I don't have that completionist urge. It's fine. I can just blast through the levels, and then probably, like, Hannah will be messily devoured in front of me as part of, like, some dark force that is, like, corrupting the world or something because I didn't get all the cranes or whatever. You know, it's fine. That way, you guys can maybe pick up the game if this looks interesting to you, and you can get the true ending. I'll just be like, oh gosh, oh damn, oh heck. I got the bad ending. Oh well. I actually meant to keep playing this game a bit on my own after last time I was allowed to pick it on Shuffle, but I never did. Kinda glad now, I guess. Oh, since I'm right here. Wait, why is I not... Oh, I see. Jump. There. Yep, had to have that little bit of extra elevation. No, maybe I can't land on top of that. Oh well, that's fine. Bounce. Okay. Some of those felt a little close. Closer than I'd like, for sure. And away we go. On that... Oh. Right, there can be enemies on these grind rails. Or grind water slides, I guess. Ooh. Little mid-air boost. Nice little flare to it. Ah! Okay. Looked like I was gonna fall to my death there. It's kind of funny. I know this game is very much going for, like, the PS1 platformer vibe, but outside of maybe, like, a couple of the Crash games, I don't think I really played any platformer games on PS1. It was just a pure JRPG machine for me. And I mean, it was great for that, but somehow I never felt the need to, like... Oh, I get it. I never felt the need to, like, seek out platformers on the machine. Those guys are large. This guy are sick. They are very tall and merciless. Ah! Okay. Was not quite ready for that. It's fine. I'll get it this time. Probably. Maybe. He says falling to his death without even getting to the part. It's fine. Okay. Stay on target. Use the targeting computer. Okay. Barely. That control got a little floaty right at the end. Oh, come on. I hit that. There we go. Alright. Frequent continue points are good, too. Let's even a platforming scrub like me get by. Alright. Was like, ah, yes, there are balloons. I need to plan ahead. Well, turns out I kind of didn't need to. That one I did, though. Okay. Noted. Noted. I think I might actually have an easier time over here. Nope. That's weird. I feel like it gave me more, like, This is not consistent physics. Or maybe I'm being a crazy person. It is entire... Damn it! Even when I choose the game, it torments me. It's like, oh yeah, this game, I loved it so much, and granted, probably be easier if I just, you know, took the 2 seconds it would take to connect my Xbox controller rather than trying to do mouse and keyboard. Which still... Oh, come on. I was on that balloon. Let me give the other one a try again. Yeah, here we go. Oh, okay. Thought it was dead for a second. There. Okay, never mind. If it's gonna do that to me, I'll just go along the easier path. The no collectibles path. It is fine. I will be coward. And overshoot the balloon again. I'm half tempted to put up like a prediction. How many times will Vim reset by the end of this one stupid level? Okay, there we go. My god. Progress! Hard fought and hard won. Now you know why I don't play many platformers. When I do game clearing streams, I enjoy them every once in a while, but even I did the exact same thing. Even the subtype I'm good at, Sonic likes, I'm not that skillful at. As you can see. Wait, now that time I didn't jump and I still died. Game, I am begging ye. Make up your mind. Do I just... Okay, I think I have to angle for one of the, like, further out balloons from the get-go, because I just... Too much momentum to hit the close balloon. Or I could overshoot that, too. That's a thing that can happen. Alright, this is fine. It's cute, there's happy music. We are only good... vibes! No! What? I thought I had it. Damn. Only good vibes. What if I just... Yeah. Okay. I will just slingshot right over to the next one, and then I can... That's fine. That's fine. Just caught off guard by it actually working. Yeah. Now I just need to hit the next one. I find myself kind of wishing for the nice little, like, side rail grind move from, like, Ratchet and Clank. Or, you know, Sonic Adventure, where you just, like, hit 2 buttons and bam, you're over on the next, like, rail. When you gotta do switches like that. There we go. Okay, now we're cooking. Feel like it's gotta about be the end of the course soon. Maybe. Ooh. She soars through the sky. Going upside down, even. Cool. Yep, and there's the end. Made it, eventually. I'm ready for my D rank. Hit me with it, game. Oh, okay. I'll take it. Okay, see you later. Thanks for hanging out. I now move on to the comfort level. Food comfort. Why are... Ooh. But why is the beat... Oh. Oh. Oh, no. Okay, this is immediately a cool idea for a mechanic, and one that I'm gonna be terrible at. I will enjoy Sonic Aggretsuko. Not quite enough metal for it to be totally Aggretsuko, but... You know, you got Red Panda Girls, so I get where that's coming from. Aggretsuko is a show that I stopped watching, and I don't remember why. I think it was like season 4. It started to not... I wasn't vibing with it as much. Because oh, God. Hit! Hit! Okay. If I just move through those, like, sets of 4 quick, then it seems to work out, according to my natural... Oh, God. Okay. Maybe I can just... No. Okay. I'm not even sure what I was trying to do there. Yeah, okay. There we go. Much better. At least they, like, know. They're giving me checkpoints after every, like, section of that. The game is being pretty nice with where they let me restart from. Okay. Definite overcorrection on my part there. Oh, that's right, I can right-click to jump as well. I forgot about that. I used to be a drummer, so you'd think I'd have, like, the sense of rhythm required to do well at this, but... Okay. Somehow it just, like... Having to think about that while thinking about the platforming, like, breaks my brain a little bit. Bounce pad? Yep. Wonder if it'd be fun to get back into drumming. Really haven't done it since high school. Right, and I'm sure I've mentioned this on stream before. I was going to form a metal band with some friends, but then our frontman, our lead guitarist, got put back into juvie again. Maybe it's for the best. These levels are so whimsical. I can't wait for it to be like some kind of horribly dark twist on it all. Because I feel like it has to be coming in a game like this. It's too cute. You can't trust it. Dun, dun, dun. Nope. Okay, shouldn't have double jumped. But it's video game, I must double jump. Achievement unlocked. Bonk. Probably for taking damage X number of times. Okay, got a continue point. Which way? Ah, there is a collectible over there. I'll try it. This definitely looks a little more precision-y. But if I fail at this once, I'm just gonna give up and go on the easier route. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Oh, okay. Nope. Definite overcorrection there. Because I can just land on... Oh, that's the end of the level already. Okay. That one doesn't overstay its welcome at all. See, I feel like I didn't do terrible at that one, but Whatever. We return to the land of comfort food. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if King Candy appeared. I knew that was going to result in death. I knew it, and yet I persisted. Right, I need to be anticipating the beats more. This is not an overly complex mechanic, Vim. Come on. There we go. That's more like it. Gotta be thinking about where they're gonna be, not where they are. Though, like, thank God they put that little note indicator on the bottom of the screen. You know, if you had a sense of rhythm as bad or worse than me, I can imagine this being just absolute hell. Ah, okay. I don't have the recovery time to set up another jump if I go for the skip. Fair enough. Oh, come on. I feel like that should have clipped the bad guy. No. It's like a millisecond after a jump, I'm like, this will result in my death. And then it does. And I am left to just stew a little bit. I got a redeem to let me pick the game, so I was like, you know what? I was digging Lunistis. Let's go back to that. Welcome, HD. How was, the wedding thing? Wedding reception? I have been blessed, indeed. Baby shower. Okay. Right. Anyway, I hope that was good. Just been chilling and shuffling. Mostly some decent games tonight. And then one gloriously cursed one that I clipped myself. Because I knew you weren't around, so I had to get the job done. I'll post it later. Just, you have to witness the majesty and glory of Brandon. Brandon. Oh, hell yeah. Great to reconnect like that. Up there, give me that continue point. And please let me escape from this rhythm prison. Which is like, again, this is a super cool idea for a level. I'm just very bad at interacting with the mechanic. If I were better at platformers, I would... oh, okay, I can't stand on these. I would adore this stage. Nope, this will result in death! Never mind. We're good, we're fine. It was bait. I knew it all the time. Aw. Baby showers are so, like, weird for me. I've gone to a couple that we've held on behalf of coworkers, and I always feel like... And I'm dead. Never got... Was that one for the old bucket list? Ooh, see, this rhythm is quicker. Okay, at least if I mess up early on, I can climb back up and not add to my embarrassing death counter. Dear God, I've died 8 times. It's fine. It's fine. Happy, fun, good times. Never been... Oh, okay. Oh, because it's just blue, red, blue, red. Ah! Nope. So I basically gotta just, like, zigzag jump? Let me go under that theory. Oh. If there was any kind of ledge grabbing, I would have made it there. But there's not, so you didn't, Finn. Aha! Or I could just skip the mechanic entirely. Ah. I mean, I do have the little indicator along the bottom, so I think it's a little more fair than it might otherwise be, but yeah, it's kind of nutty. Hacks, just like the insane AI that's running the computer in Fuga 2. Oh, no, I had it, and then I was not confident. Have confidence. No confidence. Nope. Can't double jump. My instinct is always to double jump because video game. But sometimes double jumping in this game just gets you killed. Like right there. Nope. Alright. Well, with only 3 minutes left, will I be able to finish this stage and overcome my terrible sense of risen? That might be what they're going for, because the whole level seems to be, like, comfort food themed. This one terrifies me. And then I cleared it first go, of course. Fine. I don't know what that down there is about, and frankly, I don't want to. I am not completionist, man. Wait, but it's a Souls game. Are you not supposed to spam roll in Elden Ring? Confusing. Okay, that... Ah. See, I started to get overconfident, and I was immediately punished. Oh, I hate this! This is significantly more annoying. No! No, the lollipop things! Damn it. You have to spam in the rhythm. I see. Gotta wait. Oh, really? Damn, I thought it was good there. Clearly not. Ooh, the little dango things also being... Those things get in my way, and they vex me. Okay. Got... No! Game! Oh, Gott in Himmel! Roll out. You can't roll without purpose, otherwise they punish you. I mean, I guess I get that in theory. Okay, having the, like, blocks and also the platforms you need to go next being on the rhythm is evil. Nah. Okay, okay, made it. Okay. Are you a bounce pad? You are not a bounce pad. Oh god, gotta go fast. I am out of time here. We are go fast speedrunner tactics. I am shocked. What you just witnessed worked and did not get me killed 8,100 different ways. Ah, well, there it is. There it is. There's death. And this is Shuffle Saturday, where we play a different game every 30 minutes. So that's a bit more of Lunistus. Still a delightful game. I enjoy it quite a bit, even when it gets a little bit rougher. Thank you again to Antihero for redeeming to allow me to pick the next game. I think I need to take another quick little break, which I feel like I just did, but... whatever. I need to re-up my water and make some water. So I will be right back. I'm gonna run a quick prediction if you want to gamble your garlic coin. And then we'll see what game is up next. Oh, but I'll be right back in like a minute or something. Hey, Azio. Yeah, I will return shortly and we'll see what game we're playing next. Hope you'll stick with me.
With vodka cheeky smiley face.
I mean, who among us has not milked an apple or two? Truly. Return. See, there's been high quality slander in my absence. You know, apple juice with vodka doesn't sound that bad. I don't hate vodka. But for the moment, I just got water and the last little dregs of, I went to the one store in the area that is terrible in every respect, but they carry raspberry peace tea, and so I love it so. Sure, why not, man? I look forward to it. Oh, and also, of course, thank you so much for the resub, man. 11 months, holy shit. Huge. Alright. Next for Shuffle Saturday, if you're just coming in, I've got around 1,600 different games loaded into this randomizer. I'm gonna hit a button, and then whatever comes up, we're gonna play for the next 30 minutes. If you don't like what comes up, for whatever reason, you think it's gonna be awful, you think it's gonna be too good, and you want to see me suffer, type !veto, and I'll pick a different game instead. Next up is gonna be... Oh boy, this is a throwback, man. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Duel Stories for the Game Boy Color. No, not last game. Not last game. Nah, I probably have 2 or 3 in me after this. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Duel Stories. Oh my god. I was a big Yu-Gi-Oh! Kid back in the day. And this game is not good. I'll tell you that right now. Even playing it in the height of my fandomness, I was like, wow, this game's terrible. It's time to duel. What? Oh, because I haven't filed under Y. Of course. And of course, in the anime you had Yugi Boy, Maximilian Pegasus, an absolute inspiration. You can probably detect him in some of the fancier voices I like to try to do. Right, gotta bring the capture back up. That's why we're here to watch terrible games. Well, I mean, Shuffle is where those come up for me. Alright, 30 minutes on the clock. We'll have sound in a minute. Let's play some... That's very loud. Let me know if I need to turn it down for you guys, but I think I have it balanced okay on stream. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Duel Stories.
Welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Duel Stories. Before you start, input your duel name.
Why is that so loud? I'm gonna, just to save my own ears. Okay, much better. I think that should be unchanged for you guys, though. It's kind of off-center. Yeah, I guess so. My thought was, like, don't cut off the chat, but yeah, okay. I can change that. My name is, of course, Vimbert, and oh my god, I actually get to fit all of it. Is this name okay? No, but it's the one I choose. When I had it horizontal... Oh! That is extremely good to know, HD. No. Mobile problems are absolutely something I need to know about. I was checking my analytics. Well over half y'all who watch me watch on mobile. So if something screws up you guys on mobile, please tell me. Because you are a significant chunk of who I get watching, and I don't want to have a bad experience for you. The campaign. Let's start with Joey Wheeler. I'm Joey, the school's second best duelist. If you want to face the best, you'll have to get through me first. What is my deck? It was fine when I had Portrait, fair enough. You know what, I have a normal monster that's... Oh, I'm so screwed if I have that in my deck. Oh, this is gonna be a shit show, man. Mobile glitches out when I switch orientation too often. Yeah, I've noticed that in my own time. Do I have any extra cards? Ah, crap. Okay, well, it's time to duel. Joey's turn. Use Muyan Curry. Recover life points. Vimbert's turn. Oh, okay, good. I can... He's just got a monster in defense mode. It looks like we are really working with the bottom of the barrel here, so... Maybe a 500 attack point might be okay? Ah, okay. Attack! Oh wait, special? This monster has no special effect. Very well. Attack his defense mode, monster. Oh. Well, good talk. Alright. Your turn, Joey. Sheesh, another defense mode. Well, I know this Droll Bird can smash through that first defense mode creature he has. Attack Hanawa. There we go. Now hit this one. Time Wizard! Cool, okay. We're making some progress, smashing through his defensive line. Oh man, a whole 650 attack power. Now we're cruising. Now then, my soldiers, attack them all! Jinzo number 7, attack his credit score directly. There we go. I mean, really, when you're talking, like, Game Boy family, Yu-Gi-Oh games, it doesn't get much better than Eternal Duelist Soul. But, you know, this is fine. Oh, crap. Ooh, he got 600 attack there. Oh, but I have 650 on Buku, so we're good. You know, it would be a little bit nice if I could, like, get something that I could tribute summon here, but this is fine too. Ooh, Coup. Kill the oh my god, I'm glad he didn't defense mode that on me. I wouldn't have been able to break through. Attack his credit score directly. He'll never be able to buy a house now. I feel like I made that attack his credit score directly joke too many times, and I literally cannot explain where it comes from. Like, it's not that it would take too long, literally it's like... the source of it is too offensive for me to explain on stream. But, we can just pretend it's a Yu-Gi-Oh joke. We can just pretend it's a Yu-Gi-Oh joke. Okay. Let's see if we can... Didn't even show his defense points there, that's weird. Well, whatever. Joey Wheeler's going down from my combined assault. I'm actually kind of impressed the game runs this well. Like, I'll have to see how it gets to be when I start getting, like, magic and trap cards, but so far, it's working decently enough. Alright, let's see if we can... Ooh, Hane. That's a flip monster, isn't it? It is. Is it not in this game? Are they like, you know what? No effect monsters? Because that would be pretty lame. Bim-gi-o! Part of the cards was set a lot in some of the earliest instances of Vimluck coming in clutch. Because, oh yes, I would absolutely pull out ridiculous nonsense playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, what is this thing over here? It's only got 400 attack. How did that kill anything of mine? Whatever. I'll have this devil, dolphin kill it. Ah yes, the devil dolphin. Well known for its devilry. This is what happens when you don't think out your bits ahead of time, kids. Don't be like me. Think out your bits. Phrasing? Anyway, I've defeated Joey Wheeler. One day I'm gonna be the best. I'll duel until that day comes. Did I get, like, a new card for that? Heart's numb. Oh, this is, I can see, like, what... Oh, wait, I do have... Constructor? No idea what this is. Dual level 16. That seems a little high for the absolutely terrible deck I have. Let me try Tristan. Tristan usually sucks. Hi, my name's Tristan. You gotta win 5 times, you know. Think you got what it takes? Oh! Oh, that's a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Oh, can't use card due to duelist level? But it's a Blue Eyes. Let me use my Blue Eyes. Bastards. Oh wait, Time Wizard? Baby Dragon grows to 1,000 Dragon. Okay, just gonna quickly flip through and see if I got any other amazing cards that they gave me that I probably wouldn't be allowed to use because of my duelist level. What a great mechanic. I remember that being a thing in one of the Game Boy Advance games. I think it might have been Rashif of Destruction or something. Where I would just get, like, all these way better cards for my in-game deck. And the game would be like, oh, I'm sorry. That card costs too much for your duelist points to put in your deck. And I'm like, then why did you give it to me? Anyway. Let's fight a man. Cyberstein? Ooh, boy. That is the thing that lets you special summon, doesn't it? This guy's got 900 attack. He's pretty good. What do you got, Tristan? Can you step to this angry scroll? Apparently you can. Well, that's a problem. If he hits something that has 900... Oh, they're elemental matchups. Because it didn't Well, that's stupid, and not actually how the game works, and I hate it. That sounds correct, Ryan. I don't think I have anything in my fusion deck, though. Because I am a weak little piss baby at this point in the game. A little bit of damage to Tristan there. But once I can, boy howdy. For some reason I thought it was special summoning a tribute summon without needing to tribute or something like that, but now that you mention it, I think you are correct. Let's get a Froom. You froggy man. Hit him. Maybe. Maybe that's why the game handed me Blue Eyes and they're like, oh, no, 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 you can't use that yet. They are doing like a weird elemental matchup thing, so it might be running off more anime rules than the actual rules, so I could see that being a thing. Let me see if I can use Cyberstein's effect. Oh, Cyberstein has no special effect in this game. Sure. Sure. We can pretend that's... Sure. We can absolutely pretend, game. Sure. Okay. I believe you. Yep, Cyberstein, just a good old normal monster. Not banned whatsoever. It had rules, it just kept changing them, Brian. This is another reason why I would prefer... Like, if I was gonna get a Yu-Gi-Oh game, it'd be nice to get Eternal Duelist Soul, because that functions off the actual rules of the card game. Versus this just being nonsense, but whatever. I played Duelist of the Roses a couple times when Drunk had it. I was very bad at it. Though I think part of that might have been, like, you know, Fantasy Seto Kaiba showed up and was like, no, come be evil with me. And I was like, alright. And so I was fighting all the good guys, so maybe that was, like, I chose the hard route? And, like, you know, maybe if you stayed with, the good guys, like, that would be an easier campaign. I guess, but, like, I don't know, even, like, synchro summons, I'm like, I don't know about all that. But I guess I get what you mean. The game has just advanced so much. Dark Art skip turn times 10. Oh my, are you describing the experience of playing the deck Super King? I was very proud of that janky little deck I built. To explain for everyone else, Ryan, Zio, and I all got this one particular Yu-Gi-Oh game for the DS for like a song. This time you get a card and a card part for construction. You won, so you get a card part. And you get Mystic Lamp. Great. Oh, it attacks their credit score directly. Cool. 6 Samurai, yeah. But if it was anything else, wouldn't win. But yeah, Super King was a deck I made that just milled people while having, like, incredibly high defense mode monsters to just stall you out. You got milled and you got, like, chipped for doing it. I had some kind of continuous magic card that made you lose 500 points for each card you discarded, and I made you discard a lot, or mill a lot, as I recall. And it was, like, really effective against 90% of the campaign, and most of the decks that the guys used, except for Ryan, who ran a 6 Samurai deck, which just was like, oh, well that's neat, I'm just gonna ignore all your monsters and attack you directly, and I'm like, haha, I have no offensive capabilities. I lose! Or it was something like that. Oh, Mako. I'm Mako, the Sea Duelist. My attacks are like a tidal wave. You'll never beat me 5 times. Oh, is that really that you have to beat all 5 of these 5 times? Why would you do this? Anyway, can I add Blue Eyes to my deck yet? Damnation. Oh. Never mind, let's fight Yugi and stick the head. I'm Yugi, nice to meet you. Let me explain a few things. Collect cards and parts by dueling. There are duelists at every stage. You have to beat each one 5 times. That's how you advance. Just like Eternal Duelist Soul, which is a better game. So there you had, like, the weekly magazine, the tournaments that you get occasionally. Ah, man. I don't know. Duelist Soul still holds up for me. Like, it's not perfect, but it's perfectly adequate. Once you learn the, you know, the cheat, basically, that speeds up the game from its absolutely glacial pace, so you can get through a match in, like, a shorter time than an hour. Once you do that, you know, it's fine, which sounds like copium, but it works. It's fine. Good old Yu-Gi-Oh! Even when I was into Yu-Gi-Oh! I was still more into Magic the Gathering. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a neat little distraction. I guess. Fiend Shadow. I don't know how that interaction goes. So let me play something that's probably neutral. Forest. And kill it that way. Also, I hope, like, all these monsters I'm just using to just stupidly just bum rush and just, like, smack my opponents don't actually have, like, really good effects, because the game sure isn't telling me about that. That, too, will just kind of have to be fine. And I mean, I'm winning, for now. Granted, these are the easy mode, weak babies, but whatever. Let's see. Just play them on with the highest numbers, and you win. It's that easy. And from what I've heard, this was the meta. Like, in the early days of the card game, it was just kind of like, Yeah, just kind of get your few good cards, and that's kind of it. It is probably for the best that the game has advanced and, like, added more things, but from what I've heard, Yu-Gi-Oh! Now it's basically like, you win turn 1 or you lose. Which sounds horrifically unfun to me. Like, I prefer to have a little bit more, just more, to my TCG experience. So, like, Magic's got its problems, absolutely, but I'd still prefer that. Like, a couple of times I've looked at, you know, how Yu-Gi-Oh! Has changed, and I'm like, oh, could I get back into this? And it's just like, I don't know, maybe I'm being too much of a boomer about it, but I think, no. Probably no. Synchro summons, pendulum summons.
Back in my day,
I mean, back in my day, I thought it was hot shit for running a Skull Lair. It was like, ooh, removal that stays on the field. I still don't understand the matchup system, so just gonna go for raw power. Engines as engines of mechanic, or just like engines to build your deck up, sort of a deal.
and another victory well won.
Your rules are difficult to grasp. These mild blue eyes. Yeah, it'd be nice if there's like a classic format where you just use the weird old shit. Engines is a buzzword in Yu-Gi-Oh! I see. Gee, I lost. Pretty good. Did you know I beat my Dark Half? And Pegasus, too. Not bad, huh? You won, so you get a card part. And you get Hanawa. Great. Then again, that's technically probably better than some of the crap I have in my deck. So... Wait, chest is not where I need to go? Wait, how do I change my deck? Trade? Not many monsters you can handle. Come again when there's more. Okay. Yeah, I would love to play some Weiss Schwartz. I mean, they put out a Hololive set. Feel like I could have some fun with that. But alas. I think I checked, and that one card shop in the Denver area that was doing Weiss Schwartz tournaments is, like, no longer doing it, so it was like, oh, damn, well, missed the boat there. I do like the game mechanics of Weiss Schwartz, though. It's a fun game. Just, I have not played it since we were all in the same place and, like, played it in person. When we initially bought our packs and decks. Okay, let's fight Megan. His attacks are like a tidal wave. You'll never beat me 5 times. You are correct, because we only have 6 minutes. I didn't even know Final Fantasy had a TCG. The last random TCG I heard about was, I think, My Little Pony put out a TCG, like an official one. That was some time ago, though. Field transformed to sea. There are Fish, Sea, Dragon, Thunder, and Aqua class. Power down Pyro and Machine class monsters. Okay, that's probably not great for me. Oh, I do. Oh! And it shows the affected stats. Okay, nice. Oh, yeah, because he's Machine, isn't he? Well, luckily, I happen to draw an Aqua type, so I can still get some things done here. Cyberstein's probably dead next turn, though. Uh-huh. Boy, this really kind of messes up my deck. I still got some plays. Just, you know, if he gets even a single decent card that gets boosted by his field bonus, which I assume he has somewhere in there, I'm probably screwed. Okay, I can take a little damage here, that's fine. That's also Aqua, I guess. Alright, go forth, Temperpedic. Destroy my enemies. No, I need the power of Starboy. Which sounds like some kind of knockoff, like... It sounds like a knockoff, like... Mega Man, somehow? I can't really articulate why I feel that way. Not gonna lie. Oh hey, I got another one. How goddamn convenient. Yeah, the only TCGs I'm playing these days are just Magic the Gathering, and it's just one group that I drive up to Boulder to, and we just draft out of, like... We have a guy who just prints off, like, cards. Use Power of Kaishin. Power up Change Slime. Sure! Oh god! Well, here it comes. Death. Okay, what is Strong versus Aqua? But, yeah, he just likes to build, like, oh, what are they called? Cubes? For drafting, where it's like all the cards are just like what he sets. And he just prints off a bunch from online. And then we have like a very curated draft experience. You don't have to spend any money on cards. It's kind of nice. We order some pizza, it's a good time. But with 3 minutes left, will Mako get to order pizza off the money he's going to get from absolutely pounding me into the goddamn dirt? Or will I be able to escape before the match ends, and I inevitably lose? White Dolphin 650? No. Maybe Forest is strong? It's probably Thunder, though. It's probably Thunder. It's probably Thunder that's strong versus Aqua. In the meantime, he's just gonna tear through my defensive line here. Or not. Okay. Weird flex. Let me just continue throwing out crap in the meantime. I suppose that's probably why his deck has non-like Aqua creatures. Because he needs to counter the type counter to... Oh, hello! Oh no, you have like an actual tribute summon. I don't think I have those. Alright, Fortress Whale. Cool. Divine. Maybe Fiend would be super effective, or vice versa? Cripes, I don't know. Whatever, at least I'll lose quick. Alright. Go on, give me the business. Go ahead and kill me. Yeah, top quality translation, right? Divine. Ow. And my top deck is complete nonsense. But hey, maybe Fiend will do good? Maybe? Still putting in defense mode because I have no faith in it? Come on, AI, be stupid. Get your stupid whale killed. Nope, that is not the sauce. It's probably Shadow, then. Shadow's probably the sauce, but... This is Shuffle Saturday, where we play a different game every 30 minutes. That's a little bit of some Yu-Gi-Ohs. But we must away. Instead of Dark Dual Stories, we'll roll a different game. 1,600 different games. Whatever comes up, I'll play for the next half hour. If you don't like what comes up, hit ! veto. Potentially last game if I get one that's full of a lot of reading and voice acting, but probably not. I'm still feeling pretty good, pretty strong. Just FYI. But in any event, next up will be... Oh, Chroma Squad on Steam. This is a game I've played before. Pretty fun strategy RPG. Very like themed around Power Rangers. Quirky and with excellent music. Sorry, I have a bad habit of like overhyping games that I actually like when they do come up on Shuffle. And Nate says no. Fair enough. Alright, instead of that, we shall play... No, I'm going to veto the FA Premier League Stars 2001 for the Game Boy Color. I'm not sure I have it in me for a Game Boy Color sports game. Not tonight. Instead of those two games, we shall instead play... What is this? Kelly Club Clubhouse Fun for the Game Boy Color. Adventure game, according to Steam. Okay, sure. Let's find out whatever this is. Barbie, this sounds quality. I mean, you never know. It could be Secret Agent Barbie Royal Jewels Mission. The second best Metal Gear game I've ever played. Be Under the Caves. Ah, okay. I'll get that. Ooh, that is... Oh, that's very pink. Okay, we flip over here. Ah, shit, it is a Barbie game. Alright, well, was inevitable. 30 minutes on the clock, let's play some Clubhouse Fun. Do I have a... Oh, okay, it's password. It was gonna be like, I have a saved game? How do I get out of this screen? Select? Select. Okay, new game. Welcome to the Kelly Clubhouse. Let's perform a magic show for all our friends here at the clubhouse. Is that girl not wearing a shirt that's on the swing? Let's not dwell on that. God, please don't look directly at me, child. With your help, we can put on a great magic show. Let's go. Ah, bunny trail. Okay. Getting some weird... Royal hide and seek? Okay. I assume we are seeking. But who or what are we seeking? Aha! There you are. Got the kitty. There's a kitty. Gotta find all the cats for a magic show, you know? Not all the cats. Hi, Kelly. Thanks for finding my kittens. See you at the clubhouse. Kelly's like, I will have your soul. Anyway, bunny trail. Bean. Bean. Come, smaller rabbits, I am the mighty large rabbit. You will follow me into combat and glorious conquest as the game lags. And the display freaks right the fuck out. We did it! Hi, Kelly, that was fun. I can't wait to see the magic show. What else do we have to do? Oh, butterfly magic. Okay. Oh, okay. Just let... Oh! Oh, I get it. I get it. You have to release them when they're gonna turn into butterflies, but you can't otherwise, because then they just... Never mind, I don't understand this at all. Can I, like... Oh! Okay. Oh, okay, okay. I get it. I get it now. Gotcha. Look at all the butterflies. I'll see you at the clubhouse. Do I have more minigames to do? We can play again later. Boy, this cart is super cursed on the display. So are we ready then? Can we go to the clubhouse? Unicorn jump. Oh, gotta collect flags. I see. My playthrough of Pony Island prepared me for this. I'll see you in the clubhouse. See, that's nice. They even let in a boy. Keep looking for more friends. Now I'm like, where... Sure, there's a minigame here. Why not? Snowball Run. Uh-oh. Look out for the Yeti who might come to eat you. Oh, I'm supposed to be murdering snowmen, I guess. As the world lags out around me. You know, this high-octane action. It's too much for the Game Boy Color. I do like how I can spam snowballs, though. That's convenient. Can't wait to see the show. Man, this is a big clubhouse. Circus toss, sure. Or? Dun, 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 dun. It slowed down just enough to make it a little bit extra cursed, I think. Dun, 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 dun. I like how my seal just kind of like slides. Victory! That was fun. I will be waiting for you at the clubhouse. Kelly's like, but we're already in the clubhouse. Stargazers. And there we were, trapped on the incomplete loading screen of a telescope forever. Yeah, I'm hitting every button. Nothing is happening. Well, I guess this is where my story ends. Wanted to gather my friends for magic, but through some strange magic I remained glued to a telescope for the end of my days. Yeah, that was a game. I think I just count this one as beaten, and I move on. Does that sound fair to everyone? I'll give, like, speak now or forever hold your peace before I move on to the next game. 10 out of 10? Absolutely. Way better than so much of a crap. I mean, it's no Secret Agent Barbie Royal Jewels mission. Which I will continue to unironically say, the second best Metal Gear game I've ever played. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine. 10 out of 10, good by me. Okay. In that case, let's just move along, shall we? A lot of rapid changes tonight. Well, I guess basically only like 2. No, 3. We did beat Dual Blades as well. So that was Kelly Club, Clubhouse Fun, one of the games of all time. Next, for Shuffle Saturday, we shall play Dragon Tales, Dragon Wings for the Game Boy Color. It's always Game Boy, as the chat mantra goes. Yeah, so much Game Boy Color. Like, where I think I still have this command active. Yeah, it's only like a 22% chance for Game Boy or Game Boy Color to come up. Alright. I will start loading up Dragon Tales, Dragon Wings. Sounds quality? Absolutely. Can't go wrong with Dragon Tales. Which is a franchise I have... I own 2 Dragon Tales games? Yeah, they're right next to each other. Which one did we... Dragon Wings. Okay. Cool. Alright. Let's... Ah! Oh, that sound. Oh, that sound. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Gotta bring it up. 30 minutes on the clock. Let's play some Dragon Tales Dragon Wings. Came out in the grand old year 2000. Choose a dragon, Ord or Cassie. Ord, I guess. Let's go for easy difficulty. I don't know what hell I'm about to be thrust into. Go to an open door and press the A button. Oh, as in the door we started in front of. You dingus. For your first lesson, we'll be keeping it nice and simple. You'll be taking off from this spot, then travel to this waypoint, then hover here to land. Good luck! Lesson 1A, Basic Flight. Okay. I just start flying if I... Level complete with 0% berries found and 16 seconds to spare. A new record! Well done, Ord. Your second mission will be a little trickier. Take off from here, travel to this point and hover for 5 seconds, then hover here to land. Good luck! Lesson 1B, Hovering. Try hovering! Oh, I don't even have to press anything to hover. I literally just push no buttons to hover. I thought I would have to, like, maybe, like, keep up my momentum by, like, tapping A or something, but nope! A new record! Now I'll combine both of the previous lessons into one. I won't teach you how my accent and voice keep changing. Again, just take off, then follow the line of waypoints here. Next, hover here for 5 seconds, and just hover here to land and fish. Lesson 1C, Paths. Oh, hang on. What's this? Did it? You can hit your head on the ceiling of the sky. Sure, why not? Level complete with 100% berries found and 9 seconds to spare. A new record! Well done, Ord. Now that you've finished your first lessons, why don't you go and find Max and Emmy? I think I saw them over by the talent pool. Okay, thanks, Quetzal. 2. Go and see Max and Emmy. Will I need to hover in place to find my friends? I don't care about berries. I just have to see more of the story, man. Today we're going to learn about picking up and dropping objects while flying. Start off here, fly over to the rock and pick it up by touching the top of it with your feet. Once you have a hold of the rock, fly it over to here. Then press the B button to drop it. After that, just fly back here to land. Lesson 3A, pick up a rock. Okay. We picking things up with our feet. We're gonna try and pick up a person. As the dragon holding that rock, incredible toe strength. Max has volunteered to help us with this. Take off here, then fly over here and hover just to the left of Max. Once he's aboard, fly over to here, hover to the left of the platform for a few seconds, and Max will jump off by himself. And simply land here. Lesson 3B, pick up a child. Calmly approach child. See, here I thought Max was gonna be like another dragon that was helping us out, but no, Max is just like a human kid. Again, we're going to combine what you've learned in the last 2 lessons. Firstly, take off here, pick up the rock here, and drop it off here. After that, go over here and pick up Max, drop him off over here, and not into the water, and land over here. Lesson 3C, pick up both! Oh, I see what you were getting at, Ryan. Yes, that looks a little sus. Max, please, thank you. Just, you know, just powerful dragon sphincter muscles. Well known for it. Really glad Max didn't suffer the same fate. I mean, they had to cut that out to make the age rating, you know? It was according to the original creative vision, but... Is it okay if I go off to the Mushroom Meadow Fair now? Of course you can, Ord. But I should tell you, there's been a small rock fall at the pass. So you'll need to clear it up before you can fly the children through. Okay, I'll do my best. 4. Get to the fair. It's time to put some more rocks up there, Ord. Oh. Wait, if that just breaks it down, why is that... Oh, come on. That didn't count? Yeah, pick it up with your feet. Definitely what's happening there. Imagine if, like, someone's Scaly Awakening was this Dragon Tales game. Statistically, it happened to at least one person. Alright, now for some reason I can't fly over, I need to fly under. Because that's a thing that makes sense to do when you have the power of flight. It's levitation, Holmes. Oh, very multiple. Okay, I'm gonna run out of time. Which is going to cause me to game over for some reason, I'm sure. Try again, yes. No. Yes. Okay, the cutscene is skippable. Not bad. Why can't I just, like, pick up the children while I'm... Oh my god, why did I need to grab that? If I can just pick up the kids, and then I go pick up the rocks at the same time. The rocks, which are, I might add, in no way blocking my path, and I could absolutely just fly over. But, sure. Just shoved up there. Not move the rocks. Ord needs to move the rocks. This is how he gets through his day, man. He needs that. That release of the rocks. I'm sorry if Dragon Tales was anyone's childhood and I'm ruining it. Oh, right, in a way they're not still blocking... Yeah. Because, like, they are still kind of in the way. It's not like I take them to the top of the mountain or anything. The mountain which I cannot fly over. I cannot stress this enough. Completely impossible. Can't be done. No one could do it. Not even the old dragon that was instructing us. Couldn't be done. Ha! Perhaps, Rai. Perhaps. Now you're going to learn about lighting torches while flying. We'll start off in a small cave. Take off here, then fly over to the torch here. Light the torch with your fire breath. Hold down the B button while moving towards the torch. Once it's lit, just land back here. Lesson 5A. Light a torch. But, you know, I have fire breath, but I need a torch to... Okay, that seemed unnecessarily finicky. But sure. Now you're going to light a lot more torches. There are 9 torches in total, one of which is already lit. The unlit ones are shown here on the map. You must light them in the correct order. Why? Once you have lit all the torches, leave through the cave entrance and look for the landing spot. Lesson 5B, more torches. I mean, it guides me to them, so it's whatever. It's not that big a problem, it's just annoying that they're like, oh, you gotta do it in the correct order. But why, wise Elder Dragon? Because I hate you, Ord. I've been evil the whole time. I will be the final boss. You'll have to pick me up with those powerful muscles of yours. Okay, you can just climb on my back like the children. Oh no, child. Not like that. No. You did return to Dragon Tales, HD. Welcome back. I'm completely ruining this for everyone, and I refuse to apologize. Here we are at Mushroom Meadow. Yeah, look at the leaves all over the place. Hey, Ord, do you think you could blow them all into a hole to clear the place up a bit? Yeah, I'll just fly after them and they should get blown around by my flapping wings. After that, it'll probably be quite dark, so you'll have to light the torches as well. Okay, wish me luck. 6. Light up the fair. There are 2 Dragon Tales games. I found out to my horror. I'm sorry. What do you want me to do here? Oh my god. No. No. Just get in the hole. Why are you... No! Get in the hole. Thank you. Oh, is this PBS? I don't even know when Dragon Tales was, like, on. I don't think I ever saw it once. Because I feel like I saw a PBS show or 2 in my childhood, but... Dragon Tales was... Why? Why are you like this? Get in the hole. Get in the hole, you stupid leaf. I'm gonna run out of time. I don't know, my family was moneyed. I was watching Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network, not this public television. I don't know. It's best I can figure out. No idea, though. Yeah, Arthur. Arthur was good stuff. I'm absolutely gonna run out of time because these controls are dog water. It wasn't a big part of my childhood, I guess. I think I probably watched it every once in a while, but I don't know. I remember a lot of Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network stuff as a young lad. Those were my main, like... Why? 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 Just get in the hole. Get in the hole. Just get in the hole. Just win the race. Just win, just win, just win the race. Blue's Clues. The obviously superior to that Dora the Explorer knockoff. I remember being all about, like, Dexter's Lab, Rocket Power, The Weekenders. I think that's a show that still holds up, considering it's, like, children's entertainment. The Weekenders, I think, was pretty awesome. Like, I've come across a few clips of it on YouTube, and I was like, damn! This show was surprisingly thoughtful for, like, a kid's show. I remember in particular that was, like, I think the first time I heard about, like, paganism beyond just, like, oh, they're all evil because they're not Christian way. Because, like, one of the main characters, like, their family was pagan. They were like, oh, yeah, we celebrate the solstice. And they just, like, didn't make a big deal about it. That was just, like, an aspect of the character. It wasn't the character's personality. You know, give your young viewers a little bit of... Oh, my God. Leaf, 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 leaf. Why do you do this to me? You hate dragons, is that it? I'm gonna run out of time. Yeah, The Weekenders was great, from what I remember. I saw, like, there's a... For a while, when I was having some real bad insomnia while I was unemployed, I found this, channel on YouTube. I think his name was, like, Jordan something or other. It was, like, a guy wearing a beanie, sort of cartoonified was the avatar for it. He just does a lot of, like, kind of brief reviews, retrospectives of, like, older cartoons. And he did one on The Weekenders, and I was like, oh my god, I forgot about this show. It was just, like, something I put on to just, like, help me fall asleep, but I got, like, totally drawn into it and remembering, like, oh yeah! Yeah, TJ! Yeah, all those characters. Lloyd in Space, that one's unfamiliar to me. Get in the hole, Leaf. Please. Please. Please, why are you doing this to me? Please. Is this to be my Sisyphean task? Just trying to get these leaves into the hole with these ungrateful brats. We're like, oh yeah, you can do all the work, you know, we gotta clean up this just, like, horribly cluttered fair space. This game taught me to hate children. Yeah, could have been after my time. That's always possible. You know, I'm just an old man. Which I think I felt a little bit when I did do my face reveal. It was like, oh boy, I do not look that good on camera. I mean, I know there are older people, and my sister just turned, like... God, what is she, like, 44 now? Which is wild to me. 01 to 04. Okay, yeah. Wouldn't have been, like, completely out of the question, but depending on how, like... I probably would have been looking for, like, cooler stuff to watch at that point, because, you know, I would have been, like, my pre-teens to early teens at that point, so, you know. Can't watch kids stuff. I need cooler cartoons, or something. Jordan Fringe, yes, I think that's correct, Nate. Sounds right. For the YouTube channel, of course. Why? Leave. I will destroy you. Okay. Ha! Oh, you're sub to him as well. Nice. Yeah, every once in a while I'll just watch, like... He had a video on, I think it was Magi Nation, where, like, that game was an absolute delight when that came up on Shuffle, and it was like, oh man, I didn't know this was, like, a cartoon and, like, a multimedia franchise and actually had a card game. Lore Master Nate, once again, as I continue to fail at this game for babies. And I set this game on easy difficulty. Can I, like, just burn it? You know, that'd, like, get the leaves out of the way, just burning them. Maybe if I don't touch it. Okay, once it's, like, floating down, I need to not touch it. That's what I've been doing wrong. I've been thinking I need to, like, further guide it in. But clearly that's not the answer. That is not the cup. That is not what I drink from. Okay, we just wait. Brilliant. Okay. I was making that way more complicated than it needed to be. Yeah. That seems to have been the case. I think we do have a lore master role in the Discord. We just have it for KGB from, like, way back when he was doing all those Halo playthroughs because, you know, the man knows his Halo. I think. Or maybe it was some kind of war, like, 40k thing. Because I know he knows his Warhammer quite well as well. Maybe? I don't know. But yeah, if we do have the Lore Master Discord role, like, I think, Nate, you're mostly just a lurker on the Discord, but for your contributions I can't talk. Contributions to Shuffle Saturday, you totally earned it. Torch? Or do I have another leaf? Torch. Destroy them all with your fire breath, Ord. Or, I mean, peacefully light the torches for the happy mushroom fair. They were like, we need a non-violent use for fire breath that a dragon has. Light torches! Oh, yes, but... Oh, and the ping Discord. That would require me to do a single thing in the ping Discord, which is more effort than I want to put in. But I guess that's within my power. Because I want the Take the Shot Discord to be the main server, where I'm, like, social and stuff. And that one literally is just going to be there to at everyone when I'm going live. Up until now, you've had plenty of time for your lessons. But now we're going to try something a bit faster. In this level, you'll be chasing a butter fairy through the dandelion forest. You'll race from here to here in a straight line, and then back to here. The time limit will be very tight, so you'll need to be fast about it. Good luck. Speed flight. Let's roll. Okay, so it's not so much racing as, like, repeatedly tagging. Yeah, this is, like... This is nothing. This is just going along like a zigzag line. Ah, it's fine. No pressure, Nate. Interact if you want to, don't if you don't. I think it's completely valid to just lurk in Discord servers. I have plenty that I lurk in, so I understand.
Hi, Ord, what are you doing today?
Oh, Max, today's the day of the Rainbow Canyon Race.
What's that?
It's where us dragons have a race to see who can get to Rainbow Canyon and back the fastest.
Sounds great.
Yes, and when you get there, you have to pick up a can of paint and bring it back to prove you went all the way.
So are you going to take part?
You betcha. 8. Rainbow Canyon Race. I don't recall, but maybe HD saw something I didn't. I don't know. So I'm not actually racing against someone, I just am on a time limit to get this bucket of paint. Yep, of course, that's how I grab it. Makes sense. Oh, I accidentally got 100% of the berries, too. It is slightly more challenging, having to do it, like, you know, thinking about if you're gonna bang up against stuff with the item you're carrying. Spawned is something I said, which was the main reason. Might have been the other month. It was like so long ago, HD, sheesh. For this lesson, you'll be in the Forest of Darkness, and you'll learn to use your fire breath to light up the surroundings. Take off from here. If it gets too dark, use your fire breath to light up the forest. Burn it all down. Follow the waypoints through the giant treehouse. Destroy all that lays in your path. Only you can start forest fires. Finally land here. Lesson 9. Night Flight. Yeah, this does not seem bad. Oh, okay. So there's nothing to stop me from just holding down the B button and just permanently having the map light up. That's dumb. Man, what a difficult challenge. I'm afraid I have some bad news, Ord. What's that, Quetzal? Axe and Emmy have fallen down a... Knucker? A knucker hole in the Forest of Darkness, and become trapped. What are we going to do? Well, us adults are too big to fit through the entrance, and so you'll have to go instead. I've prepared these instructions for you in case you get lost or stuck. Also, Zack and Wheezy have gone on ahead, so they may be able to help you too. Good luck, Ord. Thanks, Quetzal. I'll do my best. 10. Storm Rescue.
In the Forest of Darkness, the children are currently being devoured by the denizens.
Or something, I don't know. Funny how, like, some of the berries are required and some aren't. We crave the mines. Quetzal put them in the hole. It's been an inside job all along. She's like, well, Ord, faced with a choice. Will you carry the children by the other method? It's the only way you'll get them out in time. They won't have time to climb upon your back. Do it, Ord. Become like me. Join me. But with only 3 minutes left, will Ord have the time to defeat the secret evil of Quetzal? Well, I've made it through the forest and down the hole, but I can't see them. Maybe Quetzal's letter will tell me what to do. Oh, the Bayo 3 V8. Oh, in October. Sheesh, that's hardly recent, HD. If you've got to the first cavern, you'd better check it thoroughly for Max and Emmy. Light all the torches you can find to brighten the place and make the search easier. If there are any old planks getting in your way, then try to find a rock to drop on them to break them apart. If they're not in that cavern, then you'll have to go even further down. You know, obviously you can't burn the old planks with your fire breath. That would be stupid. Completely nonsensical, Ord. Why would you ever think of such a thing? You can't break boards with your fire breath. That wouldn't make any sense. I have a single brain cell. Same at times, particularly when I can blame, streamer brain. Oh, I see. There's a little bit of smoke for the one I need the light. I mean, at least here, lighting the torches makes some kind of sense to, like, give you more light to see by, to, like, search for missing children. That I kind of get. It's still kind of stupid because you are still a dragon who has fire breath. But, you know, whatever. It seems they are not here. Yeah, HD with a long memory, I guess. Hello there, Ord. Oh, hi. Quetzal said you'd be down here. Have you found Max and Emmy yet? Not yet. We only just got here. I think we need to head down even lower. How can we get past these big locked gates, though? Well, Zach has figured that out. Yes, if you can find a gnome and take him to the stand by the left of the gates, they'll open them for you. I'd better get to it then. 12. Deep underground. Unfortunately, this is Shuffle Saturday, where we play a different game every 30 minutes, so they all died deep underground. Very sad. End of the story. Very child unfriendly. This will almost certainly be last game of the night, if you're just coming in. No more Dragon Tales, I'm very sorry. But, I'm gonna roll from the 1600 games I've got in here. Could even be another Dragon Tales game. And I'll play that for the next 30 minutes. If you don't like what comes up, just let me know with an exclamation mark veto, and I'll pull something else. Don't be shy. Chat, you collectively have 2 left. Next up, and finally, for Shuffle Saturday, will be Sonic Battle for the Game Boy Advance. I think this was like the isometric fighting game that Sonic did? If I remember correctly? This was a weird one, even as, like, I think this released when I still considered myself, like, a true blue Sonic fan, and I didn't pick this one up. I will start to get that loaded up, while keeping a sharp eye out for any possible vetoes. Oh! Chat tracker died. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore. Monumental moment, veto. Only the best Metal Gear Solid game. Needs something more interesting. Okay. Yep, chat tracker was indeed broken. You know, it that thing that it does. Okay, instead of Sonic Battle, we shall play Kerbal Space Program on Steam. Thank you, Nate. I really don't like Kerbal. Very well. It is all up to full chaos at this point. It could be anything. We shall play. Oh no! James Pond, codename RoboCod, for the Game Boy Advance. Oh god, I've absolutely played this game before. Yep, that will do. Or wait, did I play the James Pond game on the SNES? I'm questioning myself now. In any event. James Pond, codename RoboCod. Alright then. Let me get whatever this nightmare is going to be loaded up, and we'll experience the terror together. That is large. Hang on. It's badly off-center at the moment. There we go. Don't know why it's capturing like that, but 30 minutes on the clock. Let's end out the stream on a high. Note and play some James Pond. A spy snowman. Evil scientist man is going to kill Santa's elves. Secret agent James Pond goes to the rescue. Creature Labs presents James Pond, codename Robocod. Gonna turn down the music volume just a little bit. Oh, that's right. This is that game. He moves so fast. Arctic Tide. Oh, it literally is saving Santa Claus's elves. Okay. Why are you so fast? This is a nightmare. Oh, right, but you can... Okay. Sure. Move over, Sonic. Jesus. Hang on, there's an elf. Okay, I'm not sure what that 0 meant. Oh, did I kill the elf and not defuse him? I'm just not gonna worry about it too much. You know what? I'm just not gonna worry about it. Maybe if I just speedrun the game, I can just not have to play this for the full 30 minutes. And I can end stream early. There's a universe where that exists, right? Right? No, this game is like, just like stuff overload for me. You can't do that. You're out of Vito's HD. That's the exit. Why can't I go in? Oh, wait. Do I need to rescue the elves? Or, like, ensure that they die horrible, untimely deaths as I fail to defuse their bombs? That could be a thing. I'll buy one. Lord. That is within your rights, however. Okay, do I need to, like, do something different here? Because it keeps saying 0. There's, like, a mess up noise. Oh, you have enough points to choose. Dang. Well, I look forward to seeing what you would choose. You do know the command to see my back loggery, right? So you can check what your options are? And of course, when you use your garlic coin to choose a game, no one can veto it. No one. Otherwise, it would be pretty lame. Oh, 3. That's just telling me how many... Oh, I'm dead. Work life did wonders. Hell yeah. Though I'm not exactly streaming during work hours anymore, I would imagine. How do I kill enemies in this game? Do I just have to avoid them? 2, 1. Okay, it is just how many remain. Do I just have to avoid enemies? There's no ability to attack? That seems silly. 0. That is an evil car. Alright, we're just gonna get to the end of the level here. Hopefully. Without suffering too many ill effects. Don't have to save up to force you to... Wait. When would saving up have forced me to do a face reveal any... Oh, right, because some of my old YouTube videos and the React stuff would have my face on them. Yep, that makes sense. I need the good car. I am now an unstoppable force of nature. My car, oh, damn it. Well, it was nice while it lasted. Oh, that was a Poisocaine bottle. I should not have drank that. I was actually fully expecting, like, Hugh or someone to bust in while I was doing the face reveal and be like, Watch your old content, man. You know, while it was on screen to cringe. No, really, I can like pinpoint one of my old YouTube videos that was like I did where it was just completely different from everything else I was doing at the time. And it's basically like what my stream style has become. Just me just rambling as I just kind of play the game on autopilot. Give me my car! Give me my car! Wait, you are not my car? Are you evil? Oh, you're evil. You're evil. Okay. Oh, that was full game over. Oh no. Okay then, I gotta be a little more careful. Here in Sports World, where we care about sports. Everyone loves sports. I don't know what those stars do for me. Whatever, this game is a nightmare. Okay, that says 1 and not 0. Okay. I was just mistaking it at first. But no, there's some, like... I was still kind of getting the, like... Because a lot of what my YouTube stuff was basically what, my game series, streams are like, where I just play through a game and, like, voice act where, sounds fake. Right? What could this Spots even be? But yeah, a lot of it was, a lot of the YouTube videos were just what I do for streams when I'm not doing Shuffle. Like, I just try to voice act the characters and just, like, play through a game blind. Worked pretty well. Though I didn't have as good a command over my vocal performance, or like I tried to be a little more memey with it, I think. So, and it didn't always work. And, you know, I think that was also, like, I was doing face cam, and, you know, that kind of takes you out of it. If somebody is, like, kind of voice acting through the game, and, like, you can see them emoting, rather than allowing yourself to, like, believe, like, yes, this is the voice of, you know, James Pond, or whatever. Hopefully you're not watching someone... I mean, if that's your thing, that's fine, but I wouldn't want to watch someone voice act James Pond. I prefer to forget that James Pond exists. But that was kind of part of why I've talked about this multiple times. That's kind of why I decided to, like, you know, I saw Hugh was doing like face cam, but I was like, nah, I don't think I will. I don't think I will. I did that before, and I don't think that's gonna work for my style. Plus, you know, on the, you know, few times where, I gotta load up one of my cursed ROMs for Shuffle Saturday, I can claim plausible deniability and, like, oh no, I totally have, you know, I totally have the import cart here. I still need to organize, like, some way to, like, do the shuffler to just be, like, those cursed, untranslated ROMs. Because those are always such a fun time, at least for me. I think y'all like them well enough. Alright, now it's time for Operation Do Not Lose This Car. Car is power. We need to not lose car power. We need to not lose our freedom of the open road. Mileage standards sounds like communism to me, friend. James Pond ain't gonna stand for this. Ah, damn it. Wait, car. I can reclaim car. Good, excellent. Wonderful. Japanese one where they got... Yeah, with the kanji. Yeah. I think that was Repu himself. Come to think of it. Who knew one kanji on screen, and that let me, like, completely get out of the menu hell I was trapped in. Oh, that's true. I could put them all under, like, you know, Atari 26... Actually, Atari 2600 would fit well, because, like, that's kind of known for being cursed. Okay. I'm gonna... Actually, I'll just, like, literally take a screenshot in case I need to, use this password later. Cool. But yeah, that's a good call, Nate. It's just more a matter of, like, collecting them. Because I absolutely do have, some untranslated cursed ROMs that have yet to come up on Shop. And, like, the thing is, I've not previewed them at all. So they could be, like, more hilarity, like we've seen, or it could be, like, the one where it was, like, some kind of janky email program for your Game Boy Color. I do enjoy the fake translations quite a bit. They're a lot of fun. Because it's just 30 minutes of riffing, like, that was one where, like, I occasionally talk about my stream stuff, to, like, my siblings, and my sister is a former stand-up comedian, and, like, I was telling her about the fake translation stuff, and she could, like, understand that as a bit, like, you know, she's one of those where she's like, people watch you play games, Vim? I don't get it. And I'm like, yeah, it's an acquired taste. But she understood that, because it's basically just like an improv... It's literally just like kind of an improv comedy thing. Just with like some prompts, basically, because you're riffing off of whatever is happening as best you can understand it. Or like the one where the guy was drunk and we had to get him to move. And that turned out to be like... I think that was again Repu who like confirmed it. Like there was a kanji for drunk as part of the dialogue. That people don't understand the similar... Yeah. Though, I mean, it's just different strokes. Like, I cannot stand watching sports. Well, except... I guess I've enjoyed some Rockies games, but that's more because I can actually be there in the stadium. Because I'm local, downtown is not that far away, I can just take light rail. Tickets usually ain't that bad, it's just a matter of if you want some drinks when you're there. You want to get a beer or something. Yeah, live sports are fun, it's just... Are you evil, Mr. Bear? You are not evil. Or, like, what I would love to, like, I need to be better about getting to some, because I know Denver's got some, is, like, live hockey. Live hockey is a blast, in my opinion. Maybe that's my childhood proximity to Canada talking, but, I've seen a live hockey game once, and it was just a great time. Start to finish. Let's see. The elves stay rescued. They do not get recaptured when I die, which is convenient. But it also doesn't respawn any of the items that I could use to maybe get an extra life, which is unfortunate. Oh, WWE in person. I could believe that. Yeah, that would be interesting. I think if I got the chance, I'd totally go for some WWE live. Yeah, definitely gotta get to Avs. There's actually somebody I worked with who was like, he was involved in some kind of like amateur league in Denver too. And as like a company, we went to, because his league was doing like a charity event. And so, you know, my old work was like, oh, well, we should support this. This is one of our guys kind of like leading it up. And then the stadium they were at was like very nice. It was like kind of like, you know, a little more humble, a little more cozy. It was like, I could see myself coming back to this. This is nice. If it wasn't for television, we had so much fun. Oh yeah, because you wouldn't have had to like, pause for commercials. Because that's always the thing that gets me about going to a Rockies game, is that like they'll pause the game to give like the TV broadcast time for commercials, and I'm like, oh my god. This is mildly infuriating. Shouldn't you be catering to us, the people who are here? WWE will keep going. Nice. Oh, mostly filler. Well, sure, you know, I mean, it's all scripted, so they can do that. Also, I feel like I'm going in circles and also losing my mind. Do I need to go up here? That seems nonsensical. That's absolutely not where I need to go. Is there something up here I need to do? No. Do I need to go to the left? No. Yeah, I'm sure the atmosphere. Like, right, scripted. That's a more... That's perhaps the word I should use better. Use more. What? I have a friend who, another streamer. I rate him semi-regularly, the Brian J. He apparently goes to see WWE in... Or maybe not WWE, but, like, wrestling in person. And, you know, he runs, like, a wrestling-based betting minigame on his channel. So, you know, big wrestling dude. And, like, I respect it. I'm just like, man, this is just a whole other world that I feel like I know nothing about. You know, I mean, if they still had, oh god, what was it? WMAC, if they had, like, WMAC Masters live and it was, like, scripted, dude, I would be all about that, because I've talked about this before. I literally went back after, like, that horror memory was unlocked and, like, watched some of the old stuff. And I was like, you know what? It's still kind of cool. It's still kind of cool. That's the, for those who may not remember, that's, like, the wrestling-esque ninja mixed martial arts show that I mentioned watching as a kid, and then Nate, the absolute legend, managed to find, like, the name of it based off my brief description. And then I found where someone had uploaded the whole... What is this? Checkpoint, maybe? Someone had uploaded the entire series onto YouTube. For some reason. Ooh, that's a lot of poison bottles. I feel like there's going to be a decently high chance of death. Right on cue. Right on cue. Right on cue. Right on cue. Oh. Lord. Alright, well, I did save the level code. Yep, because I had high risk of death and then I died. Absolute Bimbert behavior there. Okay, let's see. It was... Y. 4, 5... Okay. Q... TV... QQT. More CUE. Hardcore when you die and roll a new game? Interesting. I feel like that would get kind of skewed about, like, because I do have a significant number of RPGs, but... I mean, it'd be good at rapidly filtering through the, many platformers that I own and I am not good at. Or eventually I do need to do Shuffle Machine. I just haven't gotten around to, like, setting that up. And, I don't know, it's experimental, so I'd feel a little bad denying a regular Shuffle Saturday just to do this, like, weird thing that I'm not sure if people will like. Yes, that's the one where it's all one system and it shifts completely automatically, and I'll have no idea how long it's gonna be on a game. Yes, it force swaps me. Through the magic of the BizHawk Shuffler that involves loading up a bunch of ROMs, so obviously I gotta get that, you know, set up beforehand. I think that's been the main issue. Oh, I'm almost dead on this light. God damn. Okay. Perhaps the next one. You know what? The first one can be Game Boy, and I can call it It's Always Game Boy Edition. All right, this will now be canon. Because, yeah, that's, like, the main idea I've had to change things up. I've also, like, I don't know, I'd love to do what, like, Proton John does and let people, like, vote, but I feel like voting with the numbers that I get is probably awkward at best. Because, like, I feel like we'd end up with a lot of ties, and, you know, I know that not everyone who's, like, shown as a viewer for me is going to be, like, engaged enough to actually vote. So, I want to be realistic about that. Because I do... Oh, and I guess I should just, for clarity, anyone who doesn't know who I'm talking about. Proton John, he's a streamer who's been around a long time. He does something he calls Fortune Cookie, which I kind of adapted into Shuffle Saturday. He does it where I ran into spikes. Wonderful. How fast you can... I mean, I feel a little guilty leaning on you to be part of the content like that, Nate. But Proton John, he does a thing where he rolls, his collection absolutely shits on mine. Like, he owns something like 16,000 different games, and so he'll roll 5 different games using the same backloggery program I do. And then his chat will vote on what game he plays next. And he goes for a longer time. It's between, like, I think his standard is like 45 minutes, but he kind of gives himself carte blanche to extend it if he's having a good time. And he'll frequently have co-hosts on who will also, like, suggest, like, options to vote on as well. And I think that's great for, like, keeping me engaged, you know? I love to, like, you know, can kind of push, like, a meme game through, or, you know, try and fight his chat's inevitable urge to vote for any Nintendo game that comes up ever. So I'd love to just fully rip that off from him. But I do think that Shuffle gives me, you know, I feel a little less guilty about adapting the format, because it is a little more my own take on things. Oh, it was 30 minutes originally, I see. I only started watching him, I think, in 2018? And then I realized, like, oh man, he's the guy who did, like, Mario ROM hacks and, like, the Don't Eat the Mushroom story mod that I watched way back in the day on YouTube. But anyway, I digress. I can certainly see why, like, because 30 minutes is definitely not enough to show off some games. Like, you know, I felt a little bad for Superpower 2, where I just basically got through the tutorials and then mucked around with laws. And then that was it, we were done. Yeah, he's always been very clear that he adapted the idea as well, so that also helped me feel a little less bad. And, you know, it's always going to be like, you can't... I mean, I suppose you could try, but you can't copy someone's game collection. So that's going to change things, like, you know, I'm a lot weaker on fighting games and platformers, but I feel like I've got... I don't know. I got some niches in the old collection. Okay, is there, like, some incredibly obvious pathway forward that I'm just completely overlooking? I'm losing my mind. I don't think we have anything original anymore. That's fair. Nothing new under the sun and all that. Yeah, the community choices are interesting. I almost feel like he's, like, regretting that. Maybe that's me reading into him too much, but he's, like, had it closed for so long because he just got absolutely flooded with community choices. But Everything is inspired by something else. It's true. And I mean, you know, you can argue streaming as a whole is not original, because, you know, you're riffing off the game. It's not just like me sitting here with a black screen or on Facecam being like, ah, yes, welcome to the Vimbert Podcast and Variety Comedy Hour, where I do various voices and talk about things from my life. You know, who the hell would watch that? But you also, but with a game attached, like, because, you know, start doing rounds with just the random polls like it used to be. Okay. I must not have been there. Man, I tap out so early anymore because my job has me getting up at 6:30 every day. Even on weekends, I can't stay up that late. And the guy, like, I mean, I assume he's live now, but he starts streaming kind of late in the evening. Like, he'll go until like 2 a.m. my time. I'm like, Jesus. I'm absolutely just going in circles, aren't I? I'm absolutely just going in circles. I will never leave this place. James Pond, this is your home now. Ah, caught up on VODs, I see. See, for me, like, and you know, big shout-outs to any of you who are watching us after the fact on a VOD or on YouTube, because I do upload these, but, like, to me, like, it was right here. It was right here the entire time. It was right here the entire time. What? How did I miss that? God. Anyway, I feel like any stream that survives and thrives so heavily on, like, audience participation, I feel like I get nothing out of it if I watch the VOD. But hey, that's just me, you know. Big ups to those of you VOD watchers. I know you're out there. I do see you, and I appreciate you. And of course, you people who are awesome and have free time enough to watch me live. You're literally helping me drive the action, so we can enjoy such wonderment as James Pond. I did a deliberate eye twitch before being like, you don't have webcam on, Vim. Why do you do such things? But I don't know. This is why, like, Drunk Emblem once encouraged me a little bit to, like, have face cam on, because I make some faces. I do some faces. To interact with yeah. I mean, it's hard to interact with John because he has such a big chat. And I get that, you know. But, you know, I do get plenty of people who do just lurk. You know, I see y'all out there. And I think that's valid. It's perfectly valid. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, different vibes. It all depends on how things are going. But that is 2 minutes short of time, but I think I am going to wrap it up there. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Spend a little bit of your morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it may be for you. I will thank you all again. If you're watching VOD after the fact, I see you. I appreciate you. For streaming for this week, Tuesday, I'm going to be probably finishing up that Fire Emblem Maram hack I'm on. I will not be coming into it on like 4 hours sleep and hungover, so I'll probably be able to stream for more like longer than like an hour and a half this time. Wednesday, I will be continuing Fuga Melodies of Steel 2. That's the furry child soldiers running around in the giant tank doing war crimes. I might stream Thursday. I need to double check with my D&D group, because I think we might be off this week. Probably stream on Friday. Those are probably going to both be Fuga 2. I'm big on the Fuga 2's train. And then, of course, Saturday will be Shuffle Saturday, so that's what my next little bit is looking like. Let me see. Is there anyone to raid right now? Play Together, Stay Together are playing some Sims. Why are they not on my list? I am always happy for the info, Nate. Thank you for hanging around and providing such high quality research in real time. But yeah, Thank you, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you have a good rest of your Saturday, good rest of your weekend. I'll be busy tomorrow, so I mean, I don't usually stream Sundays anyway, but anyway, go say hi to Zed and Fox. My name is Vimbert. I'll see you around the internets.